sometimes known as DK.
I mean, you told me. Him.
You didn't tell Detective Dennis and Detective Gaker on July 13th, 2015, that Walter Murphy, the guy who walks around with the D and a K tattoo between his eyebrows, was the person you saw at the Citgo gas station?
If you talking about the dude who tried to bribe me?
Walter Murphy tried to bribe you?
No, I'm talking about your people.
My people tried to bribe you. How did you try to bribe him, Mr. White?
Trying to get me to tell him somebody I don't know.
How can we get on you to tell on somebody you don't know when you picked him out 9 years ago on April 12, 2015?
Man, I don't even know Walter Murphy. I don't know nobody by the name of no Walter Murphy. 9 years ago.
Mr. White, I'm going to approach you with Case Exhibit 73 Bravo Bravo. The defense counsel wants to see it. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
who don't want to testify get subpoenas to come forward. You understand that?
Nah, you holding me to my own will.
So I'm approaching you with what's been marked as 73 Bravo Bravo. I'm going to ask you to take a look at it.
You all have seen 73 Bravo Bravo defense counsels?
I have now.
Okay, all right.
So, Mr. White, I'm showing you the first page of 73 Bravo Bravo. I'm showing you the second page of 73 Bravo Bravo. And I'm showing you page 3 of Bravo Bravo. Do you see? Is that your signature, Mr. White?
I mean, I didn't say my first and last name. I mean, but that could have been anybody's signature.
So it is your first and last name, but you're saying it's not your signature here on page 3 on the far right, top left photograph.
Not my signature.
Okay. Now, Mr. White, I also want to show you the last page, which is page 6. You see this photograph, the bottom left, that circle. Is that the same initials that we just saw a second ago, Mr. White?
Them look like two different signatures.
Is that the same initials as your name, DW?
Of course, because my name is DW, but that don't mean I did that.
Okay, so you didn't sign or initial either of those pages in 73 Bravo Bravo?
No.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. Now, do you know many people or anyone else that has a D and a K tattoo between their eyebrows other than Walter Murphy?
But I don't even know Walter Murphy. Why you keep trying to make me know somebody?
Mr. White, would you agree that someone who is that tattoo unique? 2 letters between their eyebrows? Is that unique?
I mean, there's a million people in the world.
Have you ever seen anyone that has D and a K between their eyebrows, Mr. White?
No.
When Lieutenant Oliphant and I met you in Fulton County Jail, you said that Walter Murphy you knew, correct?
Okay, same day you keep saying you met me at Fulton County, right?
Right.
I told you I didn't know Walter Murphy. You saying I know Walter Murphy, but the same day you met me is the same dude an hour before you met me, the bald head dude back there, told him I don't know Walter Murphy.
And Mr. White, you said that Walter Murphy and Jeffrey Williams are like this. You cross your fingers, right?
You said that.
And Mr. White, when you go like this, like you did with being Lieutenant Oliphant in Fulton County Jail, this means someone's tight, right? Someone's close. You cross your fingers.
I guess if that's where you want to put it.
Have you ever seen someone ever put your fingers crossed like this saying that White went on to explain to Detective Dennis. So he went back in the store, told O.G. Bentley what was going on. O.G. Bentley stayed in the store for like a good 10 to 15 minutes. He did not come out. Then after that, about 5 to 10 minutes later, a white Dodge Nitro Jeep 4x4 pulled up to the gas station, right?
Wrong.
You told Detective Dennis that the white Dodge Nitro would pull up on the side of O.G. Bentley and their car, right?
No.
And Mr. White, you then told Detective Dennis that the people in the white Dodge Nitro got out of the car with AKs and sticks and 40s and shit, and came to our car like they was like what's popping and all that.
Why would I be telling you something if it's not even my case? This ain't got nothing to do with me. I ain't involved in nothing. I ain't shoot nobody. I didn't rob nobody. This don't have nothing to do with me. So why would I be giving you some information about something? This ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, I'm talking about the conversation you had with Detective Dennis.
Bro, you lying like fuck, man. This is not, man. Come on, man.
So, Mr. White, do you know what an AK, sticks, and 40s are?
You do too?
I'm asking you, Mr. White. I'm asking you questions.
Nah, I don't.
Did any of the convictions you talked about the day before involve firearms, like the armed robbery?
I'm convicted for my armed robbery. Yeah, 2 on.
Did any of your crimes you talked about involve an AK, a stick, or a 40?
You talking about in my case?
Yeah.
No.
You've never heard of an AK or a 40, Mr. White?
Yeah, I played with it on Call of Duty, yeah, if that's what you're talking about.
You're familiar with video games. Mr. White, you also said, so my partner was like, man, it ain't nothing like that going on. It's nothing about nothing going on. When they came up to the car with AK, sticks, and 40s, right?
Why would I be saying that? This don't have nothing to do with me. It's not making no sense at all.
Mr. White?
This is not my case. I didn't shoot nobody. I didn't rob nobody. So why would I be telling you anything or telling your group of people anything?
Mr. White?
Why?
That bullet could have struck you in the car on April 12, 2015, could it?
Struck who?
I'll overrule the objection.
Hey, Mr. White?
Use the microphone, counsel.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Is it on?
I don't believe it is, Mr. Weaver. Let me fix it. Mr. White, that bullet on April 12, 2015, when you were sitting in the back seat of the blue Ford Escape, could have struck you, potentially, right?
Wrong. What are you getting out of this?
Mr. White, you ducked when you saw that bullet come through the windshield because you were scared, right?
I was at a gas station.
Before the shooting, right?
They wasn't shooting, nobody wasn't shooting at me.
Were they shooting at someone that you knew?
Why you keep trying to make me know that dude? I don't know him. That's not my partner. We were never friends, nothing.
But do you remember a time that you just left the gas station and a car you were driving in was shot?
I know they were saying the dude got shot in the head when I ran from the gas station.
Okay, so you ran from the gas station the same night that he got shot. That's what you're saying?
Because I was on first offender probation. Like I told you yesterday, I had a firearm on me, and I ran.
Now,
Why would I sit right there if the police gonna pull up to where somebody got shot at?
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis that one of the guys who got out of the white Dodge Nitro started pump faking like they were coming to the car, pump faking like they was fixing to pull up shooting, right?
No.
Do you know what it means when someone pump fakes with a gun?
I know when you pump fake playing basketball, that's what you're talking
What
about.
does it mean when someone pump fakes playing basketball?
I'll get you in the air.
And then I may jump trying to block it and you score over my head. Is that right?
Then I go around you.
So if someone's pump faking with a gun, are they acting like they're going to shoot you, but they don't?
I guess.
Mr. White, you described to Detective Dennis that the person pulled out that bitch like they was fixing to shoot. So my partner, he drove off. Everybody in the car, they ducked their head off because we thought they was fixing to shoot. Right?
Wrong.
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis that we drove down there by the cemetery like boom. And you know that trucking company on the left. Right?
Left.
I'm going to publish what's already been admitted as 6 Exhibit 73, Bravo, Bravo. Mr. White, you remember yesterday we were talking about that trucking lot across from Dobbs Elementary on Jonesboro Road? You remember that, right?
Sure, it's not 72.
I guess.
My apologies, Your Honor, 72 Bravo Bravo.
All right.
Mr. White, on that screen to your left, it's going to come up here in just a second. I'm going to grab this pointer. Mr. White, if you don't mind swirling around real quick, I'm going to ask you a question. When you were talking about the trucking lot with Detective Dennis, is this what you were talking about right here?
I never told you about no trucking. I never even talked to y'all about that. This don't even have nothing to do with me. Like, you keep trying to place me something. Like, you trying to, like, put me on the case or something. Like, what you trying to do? This ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, are you scared to testify here today?
Why would I be scared to testify something if it ain't got nothing to do with me?
Why were you able to answer questions about what happened when the investigators I met with you, but you can't answer them here today?
I was in prison. Then you got a piece of paper that got my signature on it. That ain't even my signature.
Now, Mr. White, you then told Detective Dennis you turned down Harper by Dodge Elementary, correct?
Listen, I don't know what you got going on, but this is not my case.
Mr. White, I'm going to show you something. Can you just take a look with me? Just bear with me. When you told Detective Dennis you turned down Harper Road by Dobbs Elementary, you're talking about right here, right?
I never told you I told them, Papa. I don't even got license, so I didn't turn, so how would I drive?
Well, Neil was driving, right?
But you just said I turned on her. I don't even got a license. So either, was it I driving or somebody else driving?
And we turned down Harper by Dodge Elementary. People that you wouldn't call away, Mr. White. That's what you said.
Man,
Mr. White, you then told Detective Dennis that you all came down Harper Street and came to a stop sign, correct?
I didn't even talk, y'all. This don't even have nothing to do with me.
Mr. White,
Why is I'm here?
Mr. White, can you take a look at me at this screen?
I'm trying to go back to prison. This don't have nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, can you at least look at the screen?
You can't make me look at the screen. I just want to go back to prison.
Mr.
Finish
White,
my 10-year bid, go home. You disturbed me from when I was at prison doing my time. Talking about something that had 10 years ago that I don't know.
Mr. White, when you said y'all went down Harper Road and stopped at a stop sign, there is a stop sign on Harper Road, right?
I never told you I was on Harper Road.
So you never told Detective Dennis you were on Harper Road?
Counsel, what exhibit are you showing him? Just
72 Bravo Bravo. Your Honor.
Okay, all right,
The physical copy.
all right.
Now, you told Detective Dennis, Mr. White, that we had to stop at the stop sign because there was a stop sign. The way that they was coming was back down the street the other way, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
And when you told Detective Dennis they were coming back down the other way, you're talking about the white Dodge Nitro, right?
Who is they?
When you told Detective Dennis that they was coming down the other way from where y'all were on Harper, you're talking about the white Dodge Nitro, right?
I didn't tell you nothing.
And that white Dodge Nitro was coming down Browns Mill Road, right?
If that's what you said,
That's not what you told Detective Dennis?
that's what you told the detective, didn't you?
So I'm on it was me and not you that talked to me.
Man, I was in prison. How you gonna put me in something, man?
Mr. White,
I keep telling you, but it don't have, like, this is not my case. You just automatically flew me up here. For what? I'm not involved in none of this.
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis that I guess that they seen us, that it was us, and they fired shots. Boom, boom. That's what you told Detective Dennis, right?
How somebody, who is they? How they seen me if I told you shots were fired, I had a firearm on me, I ran to the nearest side street, called my sister to pick me up. So how did I get from, so what, my sister dropped me back off over there? It don't even make sense.
Mr. White, I'm asking you questions, just asking you to answer.
I don't have to answer nothing.
You can answer it however you seem fit, but I'm going to keep asking you questions. You can be here as long as short as you want. You understand that, right?
It don't matter to me. I got 3 years left till I max out, so my time's still running.
Mr. White, after they shot you, you told Detective Dennis, you were like, everybody all right, everybody all right. So everybody started checking themselves. Nobody was bleeding, nobody was shot, the driver wasn't shot, but the passenger was not saying nothing. And so we were driving, and his head started leaning to the side like he was dozing off. Right?
What, he was on drugs?
Mr. White, you then told Detective Dennis that as you all kept driving, you were like, poo, poo. He wasn't saying anything, so we thought he was dead. Right?
Thought who was dead? I was gone.
And Mr. White, when you told Detective Dennis that you thought Pooh was dead, that's why you called 911 to possibly save his life, right?
How did I call 911 if I told you I left my phone? So I didn't call 911. So whoever you were talking to, or whoever y'all were talking to,
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you what Pooh's real name is. And you say you don't know his real name, but his nickname is Pooh. P-O-O-H, right?
I don't even know no Pooh, man. You keep saying that. It sound like a goddamn girl name.
And Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you who was driving, and you told him Neil. N-I-E-L, right?
I don't even know what you're talking about, man.
And Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis, I was sitting in the back, me and my other 2 partners, I was sitting behind the driver. My other partner, he was 16, he was sitting in the middle. Right?
No.
And Mr. White, you then said my other partner was sitting behind the passenger who got shot. He was 17, right?
No.
You told Detective Dennis, I don't know the one in the middle name, I know his nickname is Crucial. Crucial like Club Crucial. You said that, right?
I don't even go to the club. So I don't need to my club crucial. I don't go club.
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis the last person in the back seat with you and Crucial, their first name was Carry-On, right?
No, you said that. I don't even know him.
Mr. White, you described Crucial to Detective Dennis as short. He's like 5 feet. I'm taller than him. I'm like 6 feet, 6'1", and Crucial's 5'6", 5'7", right?
No.
How tall are you, Mr. White?
6'3".
You're 6'3"? That's pretty tall. Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you to describe Carry-On. And you said he had dreads. At first he didn't have dreads. He had an afro, then he had dreads like I had dreads, but my dreads were longer than his. And you had to cut them off because you went to Clayton County, right?
You ain't got a picture of me with some dread.
You never told Detective Dennis that you had dreads kind of like Carry-On did that night?
I ain't told you nothing like that.
And you told Detective Dennis, I just got out of Clayton County, so I didn't get my hair cut. Or I had to get my hair cut, right, Mr. White?
I don't recall nothing you saying.
You remember yesterday when you said that you were on first offender probation, you couldn't have a firearm, right?
Yeah, and that's why I told you I ran. So how could you put me on the scene of being in the car with somebody if I told you I ran to a side street, called my sister, and got picked up? So how could you put me in the car?
So the D'Angelo White that Detective Dennis spoke with, who said that on April 12, 2015, they were on first offender probation out of Clayton County with someone other than you?
Had to been.
Detective Dennis asked you if you know the guys that pulled out the sticks, and you tell him you don't know them, but you've seen them before, right?
Who you talking about?
And Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis one of the shooter's names was DK. Because in the middle of his head, by his eyebrow, it says DK. Because it says DK in the middle of his eyebrow, right?
I never even knew that dude. You came to me at Wheeler and asked me something about a dude named Walter Murphy. I don't even know no dude by no name Walter Murphy. You like, so you don't know nobody by the name of DK. How you gonna make me know somebody?
Mr. White, when I met you, it was 2024. It was this year, right?
Right.
So when you were talking to Detective Dennis in 2015, you and me had never met, right?
Right.
Mr. White, you then said Detective Dennis asked you if you've seen the other guys who got out alongside DK. And you told him no, they had masks on, right?
I never talked to no investigator, nothing.
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you how long was it when you left the gas station till the shooting started, right? You remember that?
How am I gonna remember a shooting? I'm trying to get the hell on. I got a firearm on me. I don't remember shooting.
And Mr. White, in response to that, you said we came down Jonesboro Road. Jonesboro Road has a cemetery not that far, and so it was like a good 3 to 5 minutes, right?
How could I be on Jonesboro Road if I told you my sister came pick me up and I ran?
And Mr. White, you then said, so we came and we turned right on Harper, we made it at that stop sign, and then boom, we went down there.
First you said I turned right on Harper. Then you said we. So is it I turned right or we? 'Cause I wasn't there.
Mr. White, you were directly behind the driving wheel, right?
Wrong. I wasn't even there.
Mr. White, you then told Detective Dennis that when y'all stopped at the stop sign, the way that they was coming, there's not a stop sign, right?
No, you probably told him that.
Because in 2015, there was no stop sign at Brownsville Road, but there was one on Harper, right?
I have been in prison 7 years. This case that you keep talking about, whatever going on in 2015, that's down there 10 years ago. I haven't been on the streets in a long time. Shit changed, so I don't know what are you talking about. That wasn't me.
Mr. White, Harper Road and Brownsville are on that map that I showed you yesterday, 72 Bravo, right?
Yeah, it say Harper on that map.
And you were familiar with that map when I showed it to you yesterday, right? Because you grew up in Lakewood.
My auntie stayed in Lakewood.
And Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis that they recognized the car because we was the only 2 people at the gas station. So when they seen us, they shot like 2 times, right?
I'm gonna tell you again, why would I be telling you or anybody else, if this is not my case? I wouldn't even tell on myself. So why would I?
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis it was not a regular bullet. It wasn't a 40, it wasn't a 4.5, it wasn't a 9, it was a chopper bullet they shot 2 times. Those were your words, right?
No.
One of them missed, and one went through the windshield and hit my partner Pooh in the head, right?
Why you keep trying to pin Pooh as my opponent if I keep telling you I do not know the dude?
I'm asking you about your own words to Detective Dennis of the Atlanta Police Department.
Them were not my words.
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you if you stopped, and you told him we never stopped. After we left the gas station, we skated past. Boom, we went another way so they wouldn't follow us. You remember that, Mr. White?
How could I stop if I keep telling you I got picked up? So you would be talking to somebody else, or you had to be, man, because if I keep telling you I had a firearm and I ran, got to the nearest side street, and paid my sister to come pick me up right then ASAP, how could I still be on Harper and Lakewood if I went back home, Cleveland Avenue?
Mr. White, when you, me, and an investigator met before, you were always respectful to me, and I was respectful to you, along with my investigator. Is that true?
I ain't said nothing disrespectful to you.
You were. That's correct, right?
So how is I'm disrespectful? I ain't call you out your name.
And when we met, we were able to talk more easily than these questions are here today, Is that true, Mr. White?
Man, what did I tell you when you came to see me?
That you don't want, Mr. White, you said you don't want to testify, but you remember everything that
I said,
isn't that true?
I'm not testifying against nobody. I don't know nothing. This ain't got nothing to do with me. This ain't my case. I'm serving my own 10-year bid.
And after you said that, Mr. White, you talked about what happened to Pooh that night when you were in the car. Isn't that true?
I don't even know who.
Now,
I couldn't even tell you the dude's name. I don't know the man.
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you if you all stopped, and the second part of what he said was, we turned down Harvard, we were going back to where we were hanging out in Lakewood, we came by the stop sign and they started shooting. Right, Mr. White?
You just gonna place me somewhere I wasn't.
Mr. White, you told Detective Dennis on this phone call that you made sure everybody was straight. Everybody, they're good. And Pooh's head started sliding down, and we rolled up the street to my nearest partner's house so we can call. Right?
I wasn't there. You keep telling me your head slid down. Well, he was high on something, drunk.
And Mr. White, you said we called, we got Pooh out of the car, he was still talking even though there was a bullet in his head. Right, Mr. White?
I wasn't there.
He was still talking, blood was coming down, he was still talking, right?
I wasn't there.
Detective Dennis asked you if you saw which side of the car the shots came out. You told him it couldn't be from the passenger side or the back passenger side, right?
I don't know nothing about that.
And you also told him it couldn't be the driver either, it had to be the person behind the driver, right?
I don't know nothing about that. I was gone, long gone.
So, Ms. White, that was your word to Detective Dennis, correct?
No.
So when you told Detective Dennis, like I mentioned earlier, that Walter Murphy was one of the shooters, you weren't exactly able to see who was shooting, but you saw him with the chopper at the sitcom, right?
Who is Walter Murphy?
DK.
See, I knew you knew who he was.
You do too, right, Mr. White?
No.
Now, Mr. White, after you checked on everybody, you told Detective Dennis asked you if he were to show you a photographic lineup of DK, would you be able to identify him? And you told him yes, right?
Did I, or did somebody else tell me?
Detective Dennis asked you if he were to show you a photographic lineup of someone that you knew as DK, would you be able to identify them? And you said yes. Is that correct?
No.
Detective Dennis asked for your location to come to the photo lineup. You told him, bro, I'm saying though, I'll tell you all that, but you can't be putting my name in nothing. Right?
Why would I be telling you anything if this don't have nothing to do with me?
Mr. White,
This case don't even have nothing to do with me. I'm just here freewheeling on the free ride trip because you brought me up here. I never told you I was testifying against nobody. I don't even know none of these guys in the courtroom.
Mr. White, you're between a rock and a hard place from your friend Pooh gets shot.
It's
and
not my
one
friend.
testify,
Pooh
right?
is not my friend. I don't know no Pooh.
You didn't want Pooh to die that night when you called 911, did you?
I didn't call 911. Listen, he could have died. He could have did whatever. It don't got nothing to do with me. My life, I'm still in good health. I didn't get shot.
It wouldn't have bothered you regardless of how close or not close you were if someone that you knew was Pooh died after riding a car with you and shot
Bro, you see
before you?
a lot of people on the news get shot. You probably don't feel no type of way because you don't know them.
I'm asking you, Mr. White, if you're sitting in the car right behind you.
I wasn't sitting in the car with nobody. I didn't touch nobody.
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you if you've seen your partner Pooh since this happened, and you told him, I've not seen him ever since then, because I stayed over there. I stopped coming over there for like 2 months. After all those shootings were going on, I stopped staying over there. Right?
I probably was locked up. I don't know what you talking about.
Mr. White, you asked Detective Dennis, when you're talking, when is he coming to pull up on you? And he tells you it's going to be about a half hour to do the photo lineup, right?
Wrong.
And Mr. White, you told him where everybody be at who was in the car with me, they're at Lakewood. So I'm going to have to walk to Lakewood. You can meet me at Lakewood, right?
What the fuck is I'm walking to Lakewood for?
Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you for an address. You told him you don't know the address, but asked him if he knows where the cemetery is by the signal, right?
I don't know what you talking about, man. I don't even supposed to be here, man.
And Mr. White, Detective Dennis confirmed with his cell phone that he was going to come pick you up. It was about 10 to 20 minutes in an unmarked car, right? Were you shaking your head no, Mr. White?
No.
Now, after this phone call with Detective Dennis, an unmarked ABD police car did come and meet you at your location, correct?
No.
It was Detective Dennis, who's a male detective, right?
If this the same dude who you keep trying to bribe me to tell him somebody that don't have nothing to do with me,
What are you talking about with the bribe, Mr. White?
well, now you don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm asking you.
You know everything, yeah?
Mr. White, I'm asking you questions. Explain. What are you talking about?
And listen, this don't have nothing to do with me. This don't have nothing to do with me. You got me here because I was at the gas station when the shooting happened, and it struck a car, and I took off running. So what is I'm here for? I cannot help you on nothing.
What car was it?
I can't remember, man. That was 2015, man. It's 2024. You do the math on it.
Mr. White, you don't recall when Lieutenant Baker, the first time I met you in prison, you said it was a blue Ford Focus, and it was Neil's rental car, right?
You keep telling me all type of lieutenants and, man.
When I met you, there was 2 female lieutenants, different people, but each time I met you, right?
Yeah, when you came to see me at prison.
Right. And when I came to meet you at the jail, there was another female lieutenant who was different than the one in prison, right? Different person.
Yes.
Now, there also was a Detective Gaither that was in that unmarked APD car who's a female, right?
How do you keep expecting me to remember something so long ago? On the lieutenants or the 2 females I remember is from this year.
I'm asking about the Atlanta Police Department detective. There was a third one, a Detective Edwards. So there was 2 males and a female detective who happened to be in that car, right?
I never got in the car with no police.
They picked you up at your mom's apartments, right?
No, nobody picked me up.
And right when you got in the car, you asked them if they could go somewhere else because you really don't want to be in the apartments, right?
Why would I be going anywhere else if this don't have nothing to do with me? Why would somebody be coming to my house if this don't have nothing to do with me?
And you didn't want to be in the apartments because you didn't want someone to see that you were talking to the police, right?
I don't even like the police.
Mr. White, you pulled out of the apartments, were driving, and they kept asking you questions about when Pooh was shot that night, right?
What does this have to do with D'Angelo White?
Mr. White, I'm asking about a conversation you yourself had in an unmarked APD car, right?
Y'all must have planned this. How much they paying y'all?
Mr. White, Detective Dennis went back through the event with you while you were in the car. He asked you if you all were arguing or anything, and you said no arguing, right?
This is not my case. Well, I'm not arguing with nobody. I don't need supposed to be here. I'm here because you brought me here.
Mr. White.
I got forced to be here. I almost got tased by the police because I didn't want to go to court.
Mr. White, Why are you so reluctant to come to court and speak about this?
What are you talking about? This is not my case. You really trying to beat something in my head. Like, this is not my case, man. Yeah, I can tell you, yeah, about my 10 years, be it what I did, yeah. It got me here, yeah. I robbed some people, yeah, they got me here. To get my time, yeah. But at this time and moment, this is not my case, man. This is not my case.
Mr. White, in that car, Detective Dennis asked you if anybody in your car pulled out anything on them, and you said we had some guns and shit, and we didn't pull anything out, right?
How do we have some guns and shit if I left? I keep telling you, I left the sit-go. I ran because I had a firearm on me. First offender probation.
Now,
Police is going to show up at the store. Why would I be sitting right there with a firearm so I could get locked up?
Mr. White, it's not a coincidence that you told Detective Dennis that we had guns, and you just said you had a gun that night, is it?
I had a gun and ran. I don't know about no we. Don't try to put multiple guns on me. I had one gun.
There was other guns in the blue Ford Escape that you all were in with proof, right?
Y'all must have got it off whoever was in that car. Because y'all didn't get no gun on me.
Now, Mr. White, do you recall that while you were driving, you were pointing to the roadway and you said, explain what happened. You were driving up a little bit close. They feel like it was just following and pushing up on them. You remember that, Mr. White?
But nobody was following me. Nobody ain't gonna push up on me.
You go on to tell Detective Dennis and Gaither, they pull in there, we pull in there, boom. They were thinking we were trying to rob them or something. Right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. White, you tell Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither that a person named O.G. Bentley, you got some money, right?
I don't know no OG Bentley.
Detective Gaither asked you where O.G. Bentley got paid from. The rapper saw where's his money, and you said, nah, the rapper Young Thug fucked with him, right?
But I don't know, feel me? I don't know what you're talking about. You probably said, I don't know where you getting these information from.
And Mr. White, Detective Gaither asked you, it's cool if y'all drive to where the shooting happened so she can see it. And you gave them directions to get to the location, right?
No. Y'all probably got it from the gas station, man, that the shooting happened at. Why would I give you a location? That nothing happened with me, man. It's like you trying to put me on the scene, put me there. This don't have nothing to do with me. All due respect, this don't have nothing to do with me. I'm serving my own bid. I'm ready to go back to prison. Complete my 36 months off a 10-year bid and go home.
Mr. White, you realize you were a victim in this case, right?
How am I a victim? I ain't get shot. I ain't get hurt.
But the bullet came in the car that you were sitting in, didn't it?
But you said I'm a victim. Victim means something happened to me. Nothing didn't happen to me.
You don't think someone shooting a bullet at someone doesn't make them a victim, Mr. White?
I didn't get shot in the head. Somebody else did. It was not me. My head look all right, don't it?
Mr. White, you remember yesterday, you're 27 now, right? In 2015, you would have been 18, right? You told Detective Dennis, when you spoke with him in the car, he asked you how old you are, and you said you were 18 years old, right?
I never spoke with nobody, bro. You keep trying to put me on a case. I cannot help you.
Detective Gaither, remember, Mr. White, yesterday you said that you went to South Atlanta, right, to high school? Detective Gaither asked you where you went to high school, and you told her South Atlanta, right?
I mean, everybody who's staying late will go to South Atlanta. That's just an area code. Cleveland Avenue, you gonna go to South Atlanta.
So the D'Angelo White, who was 18 on first day of probation from Clay County and went to South Atlanta, was not you in the car that day?
I probably wasn't even in school then. I'd been dropped out of school. I was going to turn to school.
Now, Mr. White, you were on first day of probation at Clay County when this happened, right?
Yes.
And when you met the detectives in the car, you told them that you got out of Clay County a day ago on a probation violation, right? You all kept driving, and then you asked the detectives to throw you something in for telling them shit, right?
Throw me what?
You went on to clarify $20 because you really could have never said shit. Your other partner in there wasn't going to say shit either. That's what
What
you told me,
the
right?
fuck is $20 gonna do for me? This is not my case.
Detective Dennis asked you how you know that your friend didn't already say something. You said you know they wasn't going to say nothing because you know them personally, right?
How did you come get me from prison? What, like, if it was 4 other people or whoever was in the car with them folk, why is I'm here and the people who witnessed this is not here?
Mr. White, I'm asking you about the conversation.
Nah, you need to ask them that. You need to ask them that. You can't ask me shit. I was not there.
Now, Mr. White, you recall Detective Dennis asking you what you would have wanted the police to do if you caught that bullet in the head and seen your partner and told him do you remember him asking you that? What would happen if you caught that bullet? You remember that, Mr. White?
You keep trying to ask me about a dude who got shot in the head. The bullet didn't hit me. It ain't got nothing to do with me.
And after he got shot in the head, you never were able to see him in person, were you?
I probably was incarcerated.
And you told Detective Dennis and Detective Gaither, when they asked you why you had to get up to seafood, first of all, man, that shit's too hot now. I did not know what hospital he was at anyways, right?
You keep talking about a person I only seen one time in my life. Why would I be concerned about somebody who I seen only one time in my life? It doesn't make sense. We never kicked to know nothing.
And Mr. White, the detectives tell you who's missing a chunk of his head and is in a rehabilitation center, and your response is, I'm just saying though, nobody in my hood fucks with the police anyways. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm the only one who's fucked with them, just like I told you.
I just told you right here out of my mouth, I don't even like the police. So what the heck?
And what you told them is that in the neighborhood that you grew up in, people didn't talk to the police, right?
I don't even talk to the police. I don't even supposed to be here. You brought me here.
And Detective Dennis explains to you, after he just shot your partner with a chopper for no reason, that's what makes his job hard. Because when a fuck blank kept walking the streets, that's why. Because if nobody doesn't say anything, he's going to do it again. And it could have been any of y'all. And you're just going to let that ride, not me. And you told him that shit probably already been taken care of. Shit's probably been already taken care of. You remember that, Mr. White?
Taking care of what?
And when you told Detective Dennis that it's probably been already taken care of, you're talking about being handled in the streets, right?
That have nothing to do with me. What is all this what you saying about a dude who getting shot? About a dude who I only seen one time in my life? Why would I be trying to handle anything with him? It don't have nothing to do with me. This is not my case. I didn't get shot. You keep trying to say I'm the victim. How am I the victim if I didn't get shot in the head? So you have the wrong person.
Mr. White, when someone shoots at you, how are you supposed to respond to that if you don't go to the police?
What?
I'm asking you, how would you respond if someone were to shoot at you? How are you, Mr. White, how are you going to handle that?
Objection, Your Honor, also speculation.
I sustain the objection.
Mr. White, you are a human being who has choices, right?
If somebody shoot at you, what you gonna do?
I'm asking you, Mr. White, what you yourself will do.
You're like,
That calls
you
for
trying to make me...
hold on. That calls for speculation. Don't answer
What the
that.
fuck?
And despite handling the streets, Mr. White, you called 911 right after Pooh got shot. Right?
Well, you crazy, man.
You didn't go back and shoot them or anyone else. You just called to get him help, right?
I'm not finna be shooting at nobody.
And Detective Dennis tells you he's still out acting a fool, and you said probably still hot. My folks been shooting at his ass. They've been coming back shooting here, right?
I don't know nothing about no shooting.
So what we were just talking about a minute ago, when I asked you how stuff is handled in the streets, when you told Detective Dennis, my folks been shooting at his ass. They've been coming back shooting here. That's how it's handled in the streets, right?
That's how you want to put it in your mind. I never told you. My folks should know about it. This don't have nothing to do with me. I don't even know this dude. Why would I be having somebody shoot at somebody I don't know?
Ms. White, Detective Dennis asked you, when does it stop when somebody's baby got shot? And you told him, somebody's baby, not my baby, right?
A baby got shot.
You didn't tell Detective Dennis that?
Hell, fuck no, I ain't even talking to you. You going off the wall now.
And Mr. White, he asked you, what if they hit your baby trying to get at you? You tell him, you don't have a baby. My mom doesn't even come outside. I tell my mama not to come outside, right?
My mom is not living right now.
But she was back in 2015, right?
And my mama don't even come outside because she was old.
And when you were talking to him about that, your mom grew up, she's the one that lived on O'Hagan, Cleveland, right? Why did your mom not want to come outside?
My mom was 60 years old. Why would my mom be coming outside? My mama only come outside to go to work and come home. Why would she be coming outside? My mom, I don't have a young mama, if that's what you're thinking.
I'm not thinking that at all. I'm asking you, you told Detective Dennis that your mom doesn't come outside when he's asking what if someone innocent had got shot. So I'm asking you, why did you think about your mom when I asked you that?
I never even talk to nobody, bro. This ain't even got to do nothing with my mama, nigga.
And when you brought that up, it's because people like your mom who live in Cleveland, they should be able to walk outside without getting shot, right?
My mama was gonna walk the street anyway. You ain't got nothing to do with my mama.
Do you agree that people should be able to, no matter how old they are, walk outside without getting shot?
Where is you going with this?
I sustain the objection. Jurors disregard the last question and any answer.
Now, Mr. White, they did give you a photographic lineup, told you to circle and initial it, and you responded again, y'all gotta throw me something, man, right?
What? I never signed nothing.
And
You want to be like what you bought this? You feel me? Like you can't get a conviction out of me, man. I can't help you.
Mr. White?
This don't have nothing to do with me. I'm gonna keep telling you. I'm just ready to go to prison, do my time, rest of my 3 years, and go home.
Mr. White, after I ask you some questions, maybe some defense counsel asks you questions, you realize you'll get to go back to prison, right?
When?
When I get done asking you questions, and if any other defense counsel gets to ask you questions, we'll be through. You understand that, right?
It's been 2 days worth of asking me a question. I keep telling you, I don't know. This don't have nothing to do with me. This is not my case.
Mr. White, you realize that if you...
I can hear you all chat, so please don't talk.
Mr. White, do you want to get this process done with quickly or slowly? I'm asking you.
Listen, however you want to take it, however you want to go about it. 36 months, I'm going to be there and I'm going to make it home. You can't stop me from going home.
And Mr. White, like I talked about with you, you talked about what you're going to do when you get out, right? When you do get home, because that day's coming, right?
Get me a job and work.
So nobody's trying to keep you from going home, right?
Who trying to keep me? Nobody can keep me from going home.
That's what I'm saying. That's true, right? No one's trying to keep you from going home.
My case is over with. I don't need supposed to be here. Like right now, I'm ready to go right now.
Now, after you asked for the $20, Detective Gaither proceeds to cuss you out for asking money to do the right thing for your friend Pooh. You remember that?
For one, Pooh is not my friend. I don't even know him. What the fuck is $20 gonna do for me? For one, I don't even like the police. Two, why would I be telling y'all anything about something that don't have nothing to do with me. I keep telling you, whenever happened at that gas station, when a shot fired, I ran because I had a firearm. I was on first from the station. I got out of there. My sister came and got me. I was at home.
Where you at after the shooting? Did you go to your aunt's in Lakewood or your mom on Cleveland?
My mom house.
On Cleveland or Old Acre?
Same thing too, you know.
I sustain the objection.
On the night of the shooting, when your friend when someone you know got shot in the head, where did you go after the shooting, Mr. White?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer, Mr. White.
Man, I wasn't even there.
Where did you go though after?
It's like you not understanding nothing I'm telling you.
Mr. White, where did you go after your sister picked you up?
Home. Cleveland Avenue. I went home. I wasn't. So all you keep telling me something, I made a right on Harper. I don't even got a license. I wasn't even with them. Whoever you keep telling me.
And Mr. White, Detective Gaither, she says she'd appreciate it, but don't try her on some fuck shit to pay you to pick somebody out. You just remain silent to that comment, right?
Who is Gaither? I don't even know nobody by no name Gaither.
And after a little bit of silence, you pointed directions for where to go to the shooting location, right?
No. I can't help you. These don't have nothing to do with me. Why would I be pointing you to something that don't have nothing to do with me? I wasn't involved in it.
Mr. White, did you know that you were being recorded on the phone call and when you were in the car talking to the detectives in 2015?
I probably incarcerated. You can't be talking about me. Then I already told you I didn't even have my phone.
Mr. White, Detective Gaither tells you that y'all know exactly who did it. She doesn't mind helping you out.
Do you have an objection, sir?
Yeah. The detective tells him he knows exactly.
I sustain the objection. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to probably take a comfort break. What do you think? 5 minutes? Okay. All right. We're going to be in recess for 5 minutes. All right. All rise. take your seats, please? Sergeant Andrew, have everybody, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Got a question?
If I may, I'm going to absent myself for a couple hours. I checked my finances. Okay, with court.
No, it's not. You know, no, it's not. And you know why. Look to your left. Mr. Stillwell, is that fine, sir? Okay, all right. All right, thank you. All right, summon our jurors, please, sir.
Sir.
Come here. Hey.
I turned it on. This morning, yeah. I turned it on this morning, yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, you may continue, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Ms. Wright, Detective Gaither told you, don't play it the way you're playing it. And you told her, or asked her, you saying, well, help me out, man. That's what you said, Detective Gaither, right? Ms. Wright?
I didn't even talk to no Gaither.
And Ms. White, you eventually directed the detective to the intersection of Browns Mill Road and Harper Road, right?
How did I do that if I ain't meet with nobody?
And the reason that you took them to that intersection was because that was where the car you were riding in was at when the who was shot, right?
If that's what you want to say.
And while you're in the car with Mr. White, you use as a reference point two people who were outside, and you say, you see those two people standing? They was right there. We stopped at the stop sign. They came from all the way down this long-ass street where there's no stop sign at all, and they shot right here. Boom, boom, boom. That's what you said, right?
I don't even know who you talking about.
And Mr. White, you told the detectives that you all stopped at a stop sign. The shooters were coming a long way down Brownsville Road, right?
What shooters? What are you talking about?
In the white Dodge Nitro that you had talked about with the detectives, right?
I was gone.
And Mr. White, Detective Dennis asked you if they cut you all off, and if they knew where you all were from, and you told them yes, that they cut you off, right?
Who cut me off?
The white Dodge Nitro to the blue Ford Escape that you were in, right?
You might be crazy or something.
And Detective Gaither asked you again if you're going to do the right thing, and you say yes, right?
Left.
And by doing the right thing, she means telling them who was involved with who getting shot, right?
This don't have nothing to do with me. Why would I be telling anybody anything? Do I look like I'm the police?
Ms. White, I'm asking you questions. I'm just asking you your answers. All right? And Mr. White, you ask again if she's still going to throw you something in there. And she says, I can't do it like that. And you say, I ain't talking about that. That's what you said, right?
I don't know what you talking about.
And the detectives say you have to just circle the person who you saw that night that pulled out the gun. Circle it and sign it. And you ask, sign my name, right?
So who signed my name? You? One of them signed my name?
Mr. White, I can't testify. You understand you're testifying, right?
I'm not testifying either. This ain't got shit to do with me, bro. I keep telling you that, bro. I'm dead for real.
And Mr. White, the detectives tell you to put your name or initials, and you ask, why do you have to sign my name? I'll circle it, but I won't initial nothing, right?
How much you getting paid for this?
And Mr. White, you go on to say that that's just like you circling this. You all take the paperwork, boom, go back to the discovery packet, and I said it, right? That's what you said to them. And they asked you to sign that photographic line, right?
You lying, they lying. I ain't got nothing to do with it.
And Detective Gaither asked you if you know what unit she works in, and you asked her what department. You remember saying that, Mr. White?
Only department I'm trying to go back to is corrections down the road. Feel me? If you understand what I'm telling you.
Mr. White, she tells you she's in the game unit, and they asked you, do you remember them telling you that they should have taken a picture of your homeboy, Pooh? And you respond, took a picture of Pooh's homeboy. Do you remember that, Mr. White?
That's not my homeboy. I don't even know who the fuck is you talking about.
And Detective Dennis tells you he's talking about showing you a picture of Pooh, who was in the car when he was shot, right?
So what all this got to do with me? What the gang unit and all they got to do with me? Did I tell you I was in the gang?
Are you in a game, Mr. White?
No.
Do you ever have any friends or people you go out to war against?
No.
Do you have any knowledge about any gangs in Iran?
No.
Is there gangs that exist in prison?
Of course. You know that. Everybody know that. The world know that.
And do people who are in prison, do they ever keep up with cases and stuff that happens in the courtroom?
I'm not in the gang, so I don't know. So you don't have to let them refer to me.
Even people who aren't in gangs in prison, is there ways for them to find out what happens in the courtroom?
I be minding my business. Have you ever heard the saying, keep your eyes on your own paper? And so I don't really be standing with no nigga got going on down the road. Feel me?
And that analogy you used about not looking at your own paper is basically a way of saying that you can't testify against anyone else. Is that what you're saying?
What?
You don't want to tell on anyone else, snitch on anyone else, anything like that, right?
For what? What? I ain't did nothing. I ain't got no case.
And
You need to be getting the dudes who was in the car, the dude who got shot in the head, you feel me? Because you got the wrong person. I'm not ready to go, man, you feel me?
Sir.
Mr. White,
I'm just telling y'all what's going on now. I'm ready to go.
Mr. White, I don't have that many more questions. And
I ain't got that many answers. And the same answer I'm gonna keep telling you is, I don't got shit to do with this. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go back to prison so I can go home.
Mr. White, they tell you that Pooh's in a rehab waiting to get his skull healed, and you respond, he was still talking though, right? Those were your words?
How would I know that? I'm in prison. What the fuck?
It surprised you when they told you that, and you responded like that, because it's surprising that someone's still talking after getting half of their skull taken off, right?
It would be surprising to you if somebody got shot in the head and have this skull. They still talk to you. It would be surprising to you, man.
I agree with you, Mr. White, because it's true, right?
I don't know. What are you talking about?
And Mr. White, is it fair to say that Pooh was lucky to be alive today?
How would I know? I'm in prison.
Who wasn't driving the car that night, was he?
How would I know if I got picked up by my sister?
Who didn't do anything to who you said was involved in the shooting, did he?
How do we know? I don't know Pooh. What did Pooh do to get shot in the head?
You never told who didn't do anything to justify getting shot in the head. Now, whoever it is, some did.
How do I know? You know more than me.
And they asked you how cool you were with Pooh. And you told them he's your partner, your real partner, your Lakewood partner.
You a goddamn lie. I ain't tell that man my partner, man.
And they asked you how long you know him, and you said 3 to 4 years, right?
Bro, you putting words in my mouth, bro.
And
That scared me. That scared me. The dude right here lying, man. If I keep telling you I met the man one day, how the hell you get from I know him for 3, 4 years, man?
Mr. White,
This shit ain't even adding up. This shit put together like goddamn Legos or something. What you got going on, man?
Mr. White, in the car, when they start showing you the photographic lineup, you say there's only person in the head that you've seen is a person named DK. It's the only one you saw that says DK, right? Those were your words when we were looking through the photo lineup, right?
I don't know who that is. I don't know how I know DK because you keep saying DK and Walter Murphy is the same person.
And
You saying this, not me.
Mr. White, the second lineup they show you, when you're flipping through it, you say you recognize the picture as O.G. Bentley. He's the one with the money, photo fucks with. That's what you said, right?
You said that. You trying to put emphasis on shit. You can't put nothing in my mouth. Hey, man, I'm about ready to go, man. I'm just being real. I'm just being real, man, because this ain't got nothing to do with me.
Mr. White, what you tell the detectives is O.G. Bentley thought we were fixing to rob him or something by how you all were driving, right?
I don't even know who that is.
And you tell Detective Dennis that O.G. Bentley's Instagram is O.G. Bentley, right?
How would I know that if I don't even know who to do it is?
And you keep expressing to the detectives that you're worried about your name being in paperwork, right?
Why would my name be in anybody's paperwork? That make it make sense if this is not my case.
And what
My co-defendant is down the road with me. He got the same sentence I got. We both pleaded out to the same thing. So my name ain't in no paperwork. You feel me?
And Mr. White, you tell them that what you're saying is, if they write your name on this shit, damn, somebody gets locked up under that shit. What if someone comes to my mom's house getting shot? Those were your words, right?
When did I tell you this?
This is what you told the detective.
When did I tell the
I'm sorry,
detective this?
stop. Objection?
Yes, future dangerous.
I'm going to overrule the objection, but let's move on.
Yes, Your Honor.
When did I tell you that somebody gonna pull up at my mom's house?
This is what you told the detectives when y'all were in the car on 2015.
I stand the objection. Let's move on from that, Mr. Atkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
My mom ain't got nothing to do with it. Keep my mom out there, man.
Now, while in the car, Mr. White, after looking at the lineup, you were explaining and then using cars that were coming by the roadway to show them how this happened, right?
No, know what you talking about. I don't recall shit.
And you pointed out to Detective Gaither and Dennis, see this truck coming up, right? You were right behind him, but how your partner drives, he drives fast. He's young, he's 20, right?
I don't know what you talking about, man.
Because Mr. White, what you're saying is people who are young.
All this what you saying is made up. Shit,
So all this happened because you were in a car. Who was shot because he was tailgating the car. That's what you were trying to tell the detectives, right?
First you said, I keep telling you, I ain't met them poop one time. This is the first time I only seen in my life. Then you just said 3, 4 years. This man, I ain't know this man no 3, 4 years.
Mr. White, after you showed them the direction the shooters were traveling in, they asked you which way did they keep going. You said they're from Cleveland, so they went this way, right?
No.
And you knew where they were from and what direction they were headed because you were from Cleveland, right?
How did I know that if I was gone from the scene?
And the reason you were able to tell them about O.G. Bentley and Walter Murphy is because you knew them growing up in Cleveland Avenue, right?
You must have paid one of them dudes in the car to cooperate with you and tell you shit about me, cuz. Man, I don't know what you got going on, but I was gone from the scene. How much you paying them?
And Mr. White, what you told him is they went all the way around the golf course, came back up through that way, and shot twice, right?
I ain't told you nothing like that.
And what you told the detectives was, we heard the first shot, me and my other 3 partners, shot the first time, boom. We ducked, he came through the window, and hit him through the head. That's what you told the detectives about what happened that night, right?
I ain't told you nothing like that.
Because it was 5 of y'all in the car, right?
Why you keep trying to place me in the car?
Mr. White, you were in the car that night, right?
No.
Detective Dennis asked you if you know where the shooters are at, and you say they be on Cleveland. Like, you know, Mount Zion, all the apartments down there, right?
No.
Do you know where the Mount Zion apartments are in Cleveland Avenue?
No.
And you say they mostly be at Empire Park shooting dice. Do you know where Empire Park is, Mr. White?
I don't even know Empire. I heard of Cleveland Avenue Park. I don't know about no Empire Park.
Does anyone ever call it Empire Park, or is that a different park, Mr. White?
What is that?
I'm asking you.
You tell me. You said Empire Park. I ain't never heard where Empire Park is.
And the detectives got frustrated with you for wasting their time, and they say, maybe y'all make a t-shirt, who died, and they said VIP poo. You responded GIP, right? Do you remember saying that?
That sound like gang shit. I'm not in the game.
What does GIP mean?
I don't know. You tell me.
Later on, the detectives ask you what GIP means, and you say it's not a game. GIP stands for get all profit. We don't want nothing but money, right? That's what you told them?
I ain't talking about nothing like that. I see you want some money. Real bad. But you ain't gonna get it out me.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Hold on, Mr. White. 1 second. Thank you, Mr. White. No further questions from the state.
Cross. Anyone?
We have 1 second.
All right.
discussed several times that you're a convicted felon. I'd like to show you, with the court's permission, Mr. Williams, April 10, 2024, exhibit number 215. Your Honor, will be 216, 217, 218, and 219. May I approach, sir?
You may, sir.
Everyone second, Your Honor.
You may.
First one, they go in date. And that's 2. See that? You know, that's 2. Yes, and it's 2-7. May I approach you, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you, and they're individual. And I know you're handcuffed, so I'm not trying to make you flip them, but I'm going to show you with the. May I flip them?
You may.
This is what I'm reading, Mr. Williams, number 215. Okay.
Who's Mr. Williams?
You know, performer known as Young Thug.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. This is just an exhibit number. This is the.
You have to speak up, Mr. Steele. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind.
This is the document I'm showing you, and it's Mr. Williams, number 215. Okay. And do you see here? It's in the Superior Court, Clayton County. Remember discussing Clayton County?
Yes, sir.
And remember, this is State of Georgia versus you, right, Mr. White?
Yes, sir.
True. And do you recognize these charges, theft by receiving stolen property under the First Offender Act? You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you received 5 years. Remember?
Yes, sir.
And then that was on probation, but that probation was revoked. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then at the back of this, the last page, Your Honor, of this exhibit is the revocation for your violation, so you're no longer first offender. True?
Yes, sir.
And this is certified. These are all certified copies, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 215.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams, 215 is admitted.
Then we're looking at Mr. Williams, number 216. It's just at the bottom, same thing, the exhibit. Okay? Yes?
Yes, sir.
You have to answer for the court reporter and the jury.
Yes, sir.
And then up here, you see where it says Fulton County Superior Court? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I'm turning the page. You see this indictment, State of Georgia in Fulton County, case number 16 SC 145806. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And then you see it says State of Georgia versus you, Mr. White, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it gives all the charges in the indictment, multiple counts of entering auto, theft by receiving stolen property, willful obstruction of an officer, and criminal trespass. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then over here it says that you pled guilty on September 21, 2000. Is that 18? 16.
16.
Thank you. I'm not wearing my glasses. Thank you very much. Okay, and then you received 5 years to serve 1 year in prison. You see that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, this is also a certified copy. I move for the admission.
Any objection to Jeffrey Williams, 216?
Your Honor, the state does not object.
Okay, all right. 216 is Jeffrey Williams, 216 is admitted.
This one is also another exhibit sticker. It says Mr. Williams, number 217. You see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
And this again is the front page, Fulton County Superior Court Clerk, official document. You see where that says that, document certification?
Yes, sir.
And if I'm going too fast, just say going too fast. And this is an indictment, and it's indictment number 17 SC 156271. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And this is the state of Georgia versus you. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Hold on one second. Your Honor, I am withdrawing actually number 217. I apologize.
Okay.
218. You see that one?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this again is the official clerk of Fulton County, correct? See that? Fulton County.
Yes, sir.
And this is again electronic document certification by the clerk of Fulton County Superior Court. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is indictment number 17 SC 156307. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then this one, and I made a mistake before, I apologize, is indictment number 17 SC 156307, State of Georgia versus two people, a Mr. Elliott as well as you. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And this one has you charged in counts 1, 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, and 11. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And count 1 is hijacking a motor vehicle, right?
Yes, sir.
And count 3 is armed robbery, correct?
Yes, sir.
And count 4 is armed robbery, correct?
Yes, sir.
And count 6 is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Yes, sir.
Count 7 is aggravated assault with a deadly weapon.
Yes, sir.
Count 9, possession of firearm during commission of a felony.
Yes, sir.
And count 11, possession of firearm by a convicted felon.
Yes, sir.
And then that is you. And then here is your sentencing sheet. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you pled guilty to these crimes under Alford, A-L-F-O-R-D. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And here you got 10 years to serve in prison.
Yes, sir.
I apologize. On count 1, hijacking motor vehicle. Count 3, armed robbery. Count 4, armed robbery.
Yes, sir.
And then count 9, 5 years to serve consecutive, meaning it's now a 15-year sentence, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's on possession of firearm during commission of crime. And on count 11, possession of firearm by a convicted felon, 5 years to serve concurrent with count 1. So it runs together, not consecutive. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
That's a 15 to do 10-year sentence in prison. And you're serving that sentence now.
Yes, sir, I am.
And you mentioned to the jury that you have approximately 36 months left.
Yes, sir.
And you're serving that to the door, it's called.
Every bit.
And you're familiar armed robbery carries a penalty of 10 years in prison up to 20 years or life. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And that is no parole, right? You do every day. That's why you
Every
keep
day,
saying.
day for day.
This is Mr. Williams. Oh, I apologize, Your Honor. I move for the admission of Mr. Williams, number 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Williams, 218 is admitted.
This is Mr. Williams, number 219. You see that?
Yes, sir.
And this again is the electronic document certification of clerk of Fulton County Superior Court, right?
Yes, sir.
And this is case number 18 CR 1519. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And this one is again in DeKalb County. If I said Fulton, I made this is DeKalb County, correct?
No, that's wrong. No, I've never been incarcerated in DeKalb County.
Okay. Is this your name, D'Angelo Demond White?
My name is D'Angelo White, but Demond is not my middle name.
That's fine. If you're saying it's not you, let me just see if there's a. Is this your signature or your handwriting?
No, it's not me at all.
That's fine. That's fine. And I know I've asked you twice. That's not your signature.
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'll be removing or withdrawing rather 219.
All right, sir.
Okay. So, can I give you Steve? Right.
Yeah, we'll need those. Yeah.
Withdrawing.
Yep.
prosecutor has said to you, he's called you a victim. Did you hear that term?
Yes, sir.
And you said that you're not a victim because you weren't shot. You remember something like that?
Yes, sir.
And to be accurate, on April 12th of 2015, do you remember that's the date that the prosecutor was asking you about? Do you remember that date at all?
No, sir.
Okay. At that time, you were with 4 other people in a car. True?
No, sir.
All right. And at that time, you were doing what you and your friends do. You were looking, you had guns in the car, right? You said that earlier.
I wasn't in no car with no gun.
Okay. And you were doing what you do. You were trying to find somebody with money or a nice car or a car and arm rob them.
Objection,
Is
Your Honor.
that true?
Basis.
It's improper character, Your Honor.
I sustain the objection.
That's what was going on.
I sustain the objection. Just rephrase it.
Okay. Do you remember following a car with a person who you believed in that car was wealthy? You remember saying that?
I wasn't following nobody.
You remember being in a car that was following another car that you believed in the car that was being followed, so the front car had a gentleman named O.G. Bentley or Bentley. Do you remember that?
I don't even know who O.G. Bentley is.
You remember telling the detectives that the car that you were in was following closely another car, and that car had O.G. Bentley in the car. Do you remember that?
State again, I don't know who O.G. Bentley is.
Do you remember explaining that you believed O.G. Bentley is wealthy because he had worked for a very well-known and accomplished artist, Young Thug? Do you remember saying something like that?
No, sir. How would I know he wealthy if I don't even know him?
Did you know that in April 12, 2015, did you know Young Thug, the rapper, to be extremely popular?
Of course, everybody do.
Okay. And did you know at that time, if you can lock in 2015 April, that Young Thug was in the midst of a approximately 20-state tour with
Objection,
Travis
Your Honor.
Scott?
Basis.
Assumes facts, not evidence.
I'm
I
asking
sustain
the
the
question.
objection.
Did you know that Jeffrey Williams was on tour in April 2015?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
I don't know, sir, but I know he be.
Stop. When there's objection, Mr. White, just let me finish. Rule on the objection, now I'll let you know if you can answer it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, okay.
Assumes facts, not evidence, Your Honor.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. Let me just see where this goes.
Were you aware that Jeffrey Williams was touring throughout the United States, the southern part of the United States, in April 2015?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Touring on the southern parts of the United States, assuming facts, not evidence.
I'm asking this question.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can answer the question. Did you know he was touring?
I mean, I don't know his tour date, but I mean, I know he's a celebrity, so he probably was touring.
Do you know whether at that time, if you remember, if you don't remember, just say, I don't know. But Jeffrey Williams at that time, or Young Thug at that time, was touring with another artist known as Travis Scott.
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation, based on the witness's previous answer.
I'm gonna overrule the objection. You can answer it.
I think so. I don't know what city they was in. Or...
That's fine. Now, you never told detective and whomever the detectives are, or anybody, that Jeffrey Williams was in any way involved in this April 12, 2015 incident. Is that true?
I never absolutely told nothing like that.
You never saw Jeffrey Williams on or around April 12, 2015 during this incident that you're talking about when you called your sister, correct? And when I say Jeffrey Williams, that's what
I
Young Thug.
I know what you're talking about.
All right. I connected it for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You never said that to anybody, right?
I never ever said that.
Have you seen the video footage from the Citgo gas station? Doesn't have Jeffrey Williams there, correct?
I seen the footage, but he was not there.
Right. This had nothing to do with Jeffrey Williams, correct?
Correct.
Now, you're in a car, if you were in a car, I'm talking about that same night, following people, and you told somebody that, yeah, O.G. Bentley probably thought we were going to arm rob. Remember saying something like that?
I don't even know what you've been.
You remember saying that your car was driving, not you driving, but the car was driving very close and fast behind the car that it was following. Do you remember saying something like that? And if you don't?
I don't.
All right. Do you remember then a car pulling into the Citgo gas station we talked about after the car with O.G. Bentley in it? Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Can you tell the jurors why, if you know, on that video you saw, why the car that was following the other car pulled into the Citgo gas station if it didn't get gas?
I mean, I can't recall, sir. You feel me?
That's fine. And in that car, you knew that people got out of the car that was being followed and wouldn't come out of the convenience store. You remember telling the detectives that?
I never told him that.
And then a young lady was talking with a person who you may have known, and there was no yelling or anything. Do you remember telling that?
No, sir.
And when there were guns in the car that you're in, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury why there were guns in that car?
I wasn't even in the car with no guns.
Then,
I had my own weapon, so I wasn't in no car with no gun. I was standing outside the store.
then at the Citgo gas station, other people came up in another car and they displayed guns. Do you remember that?
No, sir.
Do you remember a man who you're referring to as DK, or the state referred to him DK or Walter Murphy, came up with a long gun, came up to the car? Do you remember that?
I don't know how I know how Walter Murphy and DK is the same person because he mentioned it to me.
Okay. And then DK didn't shoot anybody in that parking lot. No one got shot in the parking lot, true?
No one got shot in that parking lot.
And then the two cars drove away in different directions, or the same direction but different streets. You remember that?
I can't recall.
Do you remember the car that you were in, not driving, but then came and drove at the car where Mr. Murphy or DK was in and other people? Do you remember that?
I wasn't there, sir, because shot was fired. Like when they left me, I had ran.
And then people, both cars are being armed, and then, God forbid, Mr. Montgomery was shot in the head. True?
I don't know Mr. Montgomery. I just seen him one time.
All right. Now, you discuss at times, and I know you don't know the person, but you knew that Bentley or O.G. Bentley was somehow either related to or did lawful touring business, music business with Jeffrey Williams. Is that true?
I don't even know who O.G. Bentley is.
You told the detectives that you assumed that O.G. Bentley or Bentley had money only because he was somehow connected with the wildly popular and wealthy artist Jeffrey Williams.
I never told him that.
Remember thinking that, though? Saying that you thought he had money?
No, sir.
He was connected with Young Thug?
No, sir.
And I wasn't saying that's a bad thing. You're saying through the music, right?
I don't even know him, period.
All right. Your Honor, may I have 1 second?
Sure.
This is yours. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Thanks.
All right. Any other examination on behalf of any other counsel? All right. Any redirect from the state?
Briefly, Your Honor. Mr. White? You didn't cuss one time when you were just speaking with Mr. Shield, did you?
No.
Your demeanor is a lot calmer now You and I spoke, right?
Cause stuff you was saying, it didn't add up. You saying I know a dude 3-4 years and all that. I don't.
When you and me spoke, Mr. White, you never answered. You answered every question, Mr. Steele, yes sir, no sir, right?
Yes, sir.
And that yes sir that you just said now was the first time you answered one of my questions like that. Is that fair to say?
Cause you asking something, you feel me? But whatever you was saying the first time, you was off the wall charts saying stuff that I never said, trying to make me remember somebody or I was there.
No further questions, Mr. White. Thank you, sir.
Anything further, counsels from the defense? All right, hearing none. Mr. Atkins, may we permanently or temporarily excuse Mr. White?
Permanently, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. White, I'm going to permanently excuse you as a witness. Thank you for your patience with us, and just give us a second. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take lunch, and I'd like to have you all back for 1:30 and we'll start back up at that point in time with the state's case, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, all rise. All right, our jury has left us. Sergeant Ingram, if you could, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. I'm sorry. You can remove Mr. White, please. All right, councilors, we're going to go ahead and recess for lunch. Before we do that, Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams, can I see you along with Ms. Love, please? Thank you. All right, we're in recess. All right, Sergeant, do we have everybody, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. President.
Okay. What about our jurors?
All the jurors here.
Okay. All right. Counsel for the state, your next witness in pocket?
I know he's in the building. I believe he's outside.
Y'all are really great at not answering my questions, but
I know he's
you don't know whether or not he's outside or what? You can check if you want. Okay. All right.
Your Honor, may I address an issue with the court before the witness comes out, before the jury is brought out?
Sure.
Would you like me to do that now, Your Honor?
If you must, go ahead.
I must.
Go ahead.
So, Your Honor, I just learned of this because I'd been inadvertently left off of a lot of email correspondence from the state this week. But when Your Honor was on the bench last week and discussed the 5 rules for streamlining the case, you stated that the parties, since we're the case in chief for the state, are to present to us the Friday, every other Friday, the list of witnesses and the exhibits that those witnesses would be testifying, would be used with those witnesses. And I believe that Mr. Murphy is next, and we did not receive last week the list of exhibits that would be used with Mr. Murphy. In fact, I personally...
You didn't, or?
No, we, I believe I can say we, did not. I did not, and I do not believe any of the other defendants received the list of exhibits for Mr. Murphy last week. I just learned that there was some email correspondence this week that included exhibits for Mr. Murphy, and I just received for the first time the exhibits that are going to be used with Mr. Murphy. But regardless of my being left off of the email chain, I do not believe any of us received these exhibits last week as ordered by the court from the bench. And I do not see how we are going to streamline and move this case along if your efforts to do that are not being followed. And assuming I am correct, and I think I am, I just have to say that this is just part of the continuing pattern of discovery abuse in this case, and I do not believe that this should be trial by ambush, Your Honor.
Okay, what specifically didn't you get, Mr. Weinstein?
I did not get what the court ordered, which is a list of exhibits that are to be associated with the presentation of Mr. Murphy's testimony.
Okay.
Now, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No. If you received that last week and I was simply left off of last week's chain, perhaps that happened, but I've tried to check with co-defendants counsel whether they received, I mean, I could be in error, but whether they received this.
Did you talk to Ms. Hilton or Ms. Love about that?
I just learned about this, Your Honor. I just learned about it.
Did you talk with them before I came out to discuss them once you learned about this?
I asked them to please include me on the emails that I did not receive this week.
Sir, just answer my question.
Here, tell me your specific question.
My specific question is, did you talk with Ms. Love or Ms. Hilton about these particular exhibits?
No.
Okay. That's the first point of contact. So why don't you do that right now, and maybe they'll be able to tell you, hey, we sent it out in the state, or it's an oversight, then I can take it up. Okay?
Okay.
So
Could I
why
have
don't
a
you
moment?
why don't you do that right now?
Thank you.
He said that was on my back, which has the link to the audience. Can you finish?
I'm sorry.
In addition, some pictures are actually included in what was sent out last week. So exhibits 9 through 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 were all sent last week.
As associated.
Was that on Tuesday, Ms. Hilton?
So, Your Honor, briefly, on last week, Miss
Love sent.
Love sends out
That was on
pow-
Monday, the 8th of April.
Correct. So on Monday,
I do see that, Mr. Weinstein, and that was sent out, and there's an exhibit list.
and Your Honor, on Monday, that exhibit list, while it did not have the actual pictures, it has a link to where all the pictures were in the reorganized discovery, so they can know exactly which pictures we were referencing. And I believe in that email, no, I don't think it was in that email. At some later communication, I myself told defense counsel that I would send a PowerPoint as soon as the PowerPoint was ready with all of the exhibits, but they did have the links to where all of the exhibits were. Last week, Your Honor, Miss Love, when she sent out the PowerPoint with the exhibits for for Dexter Montgomery, to include the pictures with Mr. White, some of those pictures that did not get in, given Mr. White's testimony, the state is going to try to get in through Mr. Murphy. So we just added them to the Mr. Murphy list of exhibits. But the majority of these exhibits that we sent on Monday are on here. The state did update this witness list multiple times this week, and every time we updated it, I sent the updated copy, and I highlighted what were the additional.
I see another email on the 9th of April.
Correct, Your Honor.
That same correspondence. I see a further email on the 10th in respect to those same exhibits.
And I did not realize Mr. Weinstein was not on this list until Ms. D. Williams, literally, I think a few minutes before we were about to come into court, advised that Mr. Weinstein, Ms. Apt, and Ms. Hingerty were not on that email chain. I told her that we would make sure that's corrected moving forward. But what the state did try to do, Your Honor, in all candor, is as the state is continuing to work up questions, more pictures may come to the thought, but these are all pictures, all evidence that have been turned over in discovery, and that's why I provided a specific link where they can be found, so it's no surprise of where they're coming from. But this isn't any new discovery, Your Honor. These are all things that have been served, and what the state has tried to do is, as I've been continuing prepping my questions and updating any type of evidence, is providing that exhibit list.
And we appreciate the updates, Your Honor, but whether they came in Monday, Tuesday, or this morning, neither of those days are last week, which is what this court ordered from the bench.
All right. Well, I'm noting your objection, Mr. Weinstein. I'm going to include those three emails from the state, Ms. Weaver, as the next court's exhibits in order, and I'll deny your motion. Call for our jury, please. But Mr. Weinstein has been updated on, and any other counsel have been updated accordingly.
Make sure that the next set of emails.
Let's do that and not make sure that doesn't occur again.
And I believe Ms. Hingerty was on that email, is what I was saying.
All right.
So, Ms. Hingerty was.
Sir?
Mr. Botts is not present.
Hold on. Okay. Who was responsible for keeping an eye on him? Was that you, Mr. Harvey? Come on. I don't ask for much, okay? Really? There are Apple devices you can kind of help him out with that. So. Yes, summon our jurors, please, sir.
All jurors present,
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right. The state prepared to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
State called Mr. Walter Murphy.
All right, summon Mr. Walter Murphy, please. Mr. Murphy, good afternoon, sir. Sir, if you would please approach the witness stand. Once you get there, if you'd be so kind and turn and face Sergeant Ingram, be sworn as a witness, please, sir.
Raise your right hand. It's my first testimony.
Walter Murphy. WALTERMURPHY.
And good afternoon, Mr. Murphy.
What's up?
How old are you?
I'm 32.
And when were you born?
August 9th, 1991.
And where are you from?
Georgia.
Where in Georgia?
Forest Park. Jonesboro Road.
Is that within the city of Atlanta?
Yeah.
Mr. Murphy, do me a favor. Can you put yourself a little closer to the microphone, speak directly into it, so we can all hear you, sir? Appreciate it.
When you were younger, did you grow up off of Jonesboro Road?
Yeah.
Did you live in a particular apartment complex? Or where did you live? Did you live in a house or apartment complex?
Projects.
Okay. And where were those projects located?
Jonesboro Road.
What were the name of those projects?
Gilwood Gardens.
You said Gilwood?
Gilbert Gardens.
And about how long did you live at Gilbert Gardens?
Bless you.
Since I can remember till I was till 2005.
Since
However old I was then.
And if you were born in 1991, would it say you were 14 in 2005?
If the math, and then that's it.
Okay. When you lived in Gilbert Gardens up until 2005, who did you live with?
My mom and my siblings.
How many siblings do you have?
4.
And within your line of siblings, where do you fall? You're the oldest, the youngest, or in the middle?
I'm the oldest son, second youngest kid.
In 2005, when you moved from, when you stopped living at Gilbert Gardens, where did you move to?
After Gilbert Gardens, we moved to off of Browns Mill Road and Cleveland Avenue.
Were you in a house, apartment, or something else?
House.
And how long did you live off of that house off of Browns Mill Road and Cleveland Avenue?
I think we stayed in like 3 houses in the same neighborhood. Kept getting put out.
And when you moved to those homes from Gilbert Gardens to those 3 houses off of Browns Mill and Cleveland, did you move with your mom and your 3 other your other siblings?
Yeah.
Where did you go to school when you were younger?
I don't remember the name of this. Oh, Minnie S. Howell.
Say that again.
Minnie S. Howell Elementary.
Minnie?
Yeah, Minnie.
Minnie?
Yeah, Minnie S. Howell.
Okay. Did you stay in elementary school until 5th grade?
Yeah, and then I went to Crawford Long.
And how long did you stay at Crawford Long? Was that until the 8th grade?
6, and then I went to alternative school.
What alternative school did you go to?
CEP.
And did you ever attend high school?
No.
Have you gotten your GED?
Yeah,
When did you obtain it?
in prison.
Do you remember roughly around what years?
I can't remember what year.
Okay. Do you remember what year you went to prison?
I think the end of 14, beginning of 15. Something like that.
You think that's when you went to prison or when you went to jail? 2014 and 2015.
I know I was locked up a lot of those years around that time, back and forth, a lot, like a whole lot.
Now, you said that you did not complete high school. Have you ever worked? Let me ask you, do you work now?
Yeah,
Okay. Prior to you working now, when you were younger, so between that 2005 and 2012 or 13, did you ever work?
yeah.
What type of work did you do?
I worked at Turnerfield.
What did you do at Turnerfield?
I worked at concession stand.
If we're going to use 2005 as a landmark, which you said you were 14 years old, about what years did you work at Turnerfield in the concession, at the concession stand?
I don't know, I ain't really good with years, but I know I was in alternative school when I worked. It was summertime.
Outside of working at the concession stand at Turnerfield, did you have any other jobs while you were younger?
No.
Are you married?
What you mean, on paper?
Yeah, on paper, are you married?
No.
Do you have a significant other?
Yes.
How long have you all been together?
No, it's been a long time. Probably about, at least about 11, 10 years, something like that. 10, 11 years.
Do you have children?
Yeah, 4.
And do you have boys and girls, all boys, all girls?
2 girls, 2 boys.
And what's the age range of your children?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance?
Old.
What's the age range of your children? Sure. What is the age range of your children?
16, 15, 8, and then I got a 4-month-old baby boy.
And are you currently working?
Yes.
What type of work do you do?
I'm manufacturing windows and doors at a company.
How long have you been working for this company, manufacturing doors?
I can't remember the years, man. I'm terrible with years, but
So we're in 2024.
I started in the halfway house. Whenever I went to the halfway house, that's when I got the job I'm at now.
And since you said that you aren't the best with math, I like timelines. So you mind if I come up here? We're going to do some timelines. Ms. Mercer, you were born in 1991? Sir?
Yeah.
Okay. And that from between 1991 to 2005, you lived at Gilbert Gardens?
Yeah.
And in 2005, you moved off of Cleveland and O'Hapeville?
Brownsville.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. And Brown. Thank you for correcting me. Now, you think you may have went to prison, you believe sometime in 2014 or 2015? You said 2005, we believe you're about 14 years old? Give or
Okay.
take between 1991?
You good with math?
Most lawyers aren't. All right. And we'll keep it right here for right now. And I'm sorry, one more thing. You said that you were working at your current job since you got put in the halfway house, correct?
Yeah, only time I'm working when I went back to prison for this.
Okay. So then
Or
let's talk.
jail, whatever.
When do you remember going back to jail for this incident?
When y'all locked me up.
Was that in 2022?
I turned myself in June. Whatever year.
2022?
I think that was the year.
Okay. And do you remember before you got locked up for this case, were you in the halfway house?
I was free. I was
So you weren't in the halfway house?
no.
Okay. Do you remember when did you get out of prison? What year was that?
When I went to the halfway house,
Yes.
I don't know. It was COVID though.
It was
Everything was
COVID.
shut down for COVID.
So we can say around 2020? Do you remember COVID being in 2020?
I don't know. I was in prison.
Okay. If I say it was in 2020, would you agree with me?
I don't know. I can't agree with you if I weren't here.
Okay. But it was around COVID. All right. And you started working at the job during this time? When you were at the halfway house?
Yeah.
And did your company allow you to return back to your job once you got released from jail for this case?
No.
No. Did you start working somewhere else?
No.
Okay. So I thought you said that you were still working at the same company that you were working back when you
I am.
Okay.
They didn't let me come back at first.
But they eventually have let you come back.
Yeah.
All right. And when did you start working back at the manufacturing firm?
I don't know, man.
Let me ask a better question. How long have you been working there since you could return? Has it been a month, 5 months, a year? How long have you been working back at the manufacturing firm?
It been a year. Because I started back in March and this April, so it been a year. So I started back last March, yeah. You're right. I think.
Was it before your 4-month-old was born?
I said last March.
Yeah, so it was before your 4-month-old was born? It was last March of 2023.
Yeah, he was born
4 months ago.
in December.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are you enjoying the work that you do?
I mean,
Or
it's
is it
work.
just a job for you?
Yeah, it's just work. It's work. I like the people though. They cool.
Now, when you were younger, did you ever come to know an individual by the name of Jeffrey Williams?
Yeah.
How long have you known Jeffrey Williams?
I'm not good with time.
Alex,
Since we was kids,
about how old were you when you first met him?
I can't remember the age.
Was
As far
it,
as I can remember, I knew him.
do you believe it's while you were in elementary school, middle school, or something else?
I've been knew him. I can't.
How did y'all meet?
Before I knew him, I knew of him. Put it like that. I knew his family members before I knew him.
Which family members did you know before you knew him?
His mom, his dad, his sisters.
How did you know his mom, his dad, and his sisters?
I can't remember which one of them, but they stayed in my apartments. I don't know if it was his mom and his dad, but they stayed in my apartment. I just never seen him. I always seen his brothers and sisters.
And did they stay in your apartments at Gilbert Gardens?
Yeah.
And since you first saw his family before you met him, did you have any type of relationship with his family members?
No, we was kids. It was just at the basketball court, you know.
Now, do you call him Jeffrey Williams?
Huh?
Do you call him Jeffrey Williams? When you refer to him, do you
I don't call nobody by their whole name.
Okay. What did you call him?
Lil Jeff.
Anything else?
Call him a lot of names, a lot of nicknames.
Okay. What are some of the other nicknames?
Prune. It's a family nickname.
Okay.
I heard his family call him that. I called him, start calling him that too. On a joking, playing with him.
Anything else?
That's all I can remember.
Uh-huh. And do you see Jeffrey Williams in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you identify him by article of clothing he is wearing?
Stipulate that Mr. Murphy can identify us.
All right, it shows out. The record will reflect.
Thank you. Now, you said that you had met his family first and then you met him. Do you remember the circumstances of how you met Mr. Williams?
I can't really remember, man. You asked me to think about a long, long time ago. You know how much I've been through since then?
Have you been through a lot?
Tremendously.
And we're going to talk about some of those things over the course of this time together.
Yeah, I don't remember our first encounter.
Okay. What was your relationship like with Mr. Williams when you all were younger?
I mean, in any relationship, just like any other friends, you young, you just want to have fun.
What type of things did y'all do together to have fun?
One of our biggest things was listen to music. The dissect music.
What kind of music would y'all listen to?
All kinds, all genres, or however you pronounce that word.
And would you do this at your home, his home, or somewhere else?
Everywhere we go.
As your relationship developed with Mr. Williams, did your relationship with any of his family members develop?
I understand what you asking.
Sure. You and Mr. Williams have been friends since childhood. As you all continued your relationship and your friendship, did you grow your relationship with any of his other family members? His mom, his dad, any of his siblings?
Yeah.
Okay.
My mama called him son. His mama called me son.
What about his dad? Did you have a relationship with his father?
We were cool. I ain't never had my dad, so you feel me? I ain't really good with authority. But we was cool. I respected him. He respected me.
Did you ever look to his father as a father figure for you?
No.
And then what about his siblings? Did you ever develop a relationship with any of his siblings?
Yeah.
Okay. Who?
All of them.
And how many siblings does he have?
Too many to count.
Does he have a sister by the name of Dolly?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a friendship with Dolly?
Yeah.
And did he have a sister named Dora?
Yeah.
Did you have a friendship or relationship with his sister Dora?
Yeah. Okay. Well, all his siblings, not just them.
Did you and Mr. Williams ever go to school together?
I think we went to alternative school at the same time. I ain't sure.
And did the two of you ever do any recreational activity? I mean, sports or anything like that? Did you play on any sports teams together or anything of that nature?
I never played sports.
What is your current relationship with Mr. Williams?
I don't have a relationship with him.
When did that relationship cease?
It never ceased. It's just I went to prison.
And while you were in prison, you did not maintain your relationship or friendship?
When you're in prison, you don't retain no relationship. All that in.
And since you got out of prison, did you not rekindle your friendship when you got out of prison?
I had more important relationships to worry about than friends. Like my kids.
Permission to approach?
As long as you've shown that to defense counsel already.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe they all have it on a PowerPoint. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 3, Charlie. Do you recognize the individuals inside of State's Exhibit 3, Charlie?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize the people in the picture?
It's me.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of you in that picture?
Yeah.
Does it look like you?
Yeah.
Is there anyone else in that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. And does it look like that person who was in the picture?
Yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would like to tender State's Exhibit 3, Charlie into evidence.
Any objections to States 3 Charlie? All right. States 3 Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Now, looking at State's Exhibit 3, Charlie, who's in the picture?
Me.
And who else?
LaJah.
All right. And in looking at that picture, do you recall when that picture was taken?
No.
Okay. Is it before you went to prison, either in 2014 or 2015?
Yeah.
Now, Mr. Murphy, do you have a nickname?
I got a couple nicknames.
Okay. What are your nicknames?
DK, Dewey. That's a couple.
That's it?
You said a couple.
All right. And how did you get either of your nicknames, DK or Dewey?
My mama named me that.
Your mama names you?
Yeah, my family call me that.
They call you Dewey?
Yeah, and DK.
What does DK stand for?
It's a couple of those meanings too.
Okay, what are they?
Dewey Cartel, the kid. A couple.
What is Dewey Cartel? What does the cartel signify, if anything?
It's just a name. You don't like Dewey don't mean name cartel. It's just a name.
How did you come up with that name, cartel?
I didn't come up with it. My family, it was given to me.
Were you ever associated with a group, Red Cartel?
A music group, yeah.
Is it only a music group?
I don't know what it is today. I know what it was when I was with them.
When did you first get involved with Red Cartel?
I can't remember that. That was like 20 years ago.
So you think it was in about 2004? If that's 20 years ago?
I was over at that joint. I don't know.
All right, let's do this. When you got involved with Dewey Cartel, was it first before you got to prison?
When I got involved with Dewey Cartel, that's my name.
Excuse me, Red Cartel.
Ask the question again.
When you got involved with Red Cartel, was it before you went to prison? So before 2015?
Yeah, that's old.
And you said it was about 2004. Were you living at Gilbert Gardens?
I didn't say that.
You said it was about 20 years ago,
I was
right?
over exaggerating.
Okay.
I was over exaggerating. Saying 20 years I was being.
So do you think it was more than 20 years ago or less than 20 years ago when you got involved with Red Cartel?
I don't know. I've been through a lot. I did like a lot of prison time. And I used a lot of that time to like focus on changing. And that's what I did. So I don't really think about stuff like that. You feel me?
And I understand. And it's good that you're changing, but we're just going to talk about this for a little while and then we'll move forward to where you are currently. Is that okay?
They feel like they got something to do with currently? Me?
We're going to talk about what you're doing currently, but we're going to talk about this for right now, and then we'll go back to what you're doing currently.
Okay.
All right? So, when you first got with Red Cartel, was that while you were living in Gilbert Gardens, or when you were living up in Cleveland and Browns Mill Road?
Cleveland Avenue.
So that would have been around 2005 when you started with Red Cartel.
If you say so, yeah. That's when I
I
moved.
don't wanna
That's when
say-
I moved to Cleveland Avenue.
How did you get involved with Red Cartel?
It was a music group who was rapping or trying to rap.
How did you learn about Red Cartel?
How did I learn about it?
Yeah, how did you learn about Red Cartel?
It was a group of guys rapping. We was all cool. We just.
Do you know when Red Cartel formed?
No.
When you got involved with Red Cartel, you said it was a group of guys. About how many guys are part of this rap group, Red Cartel?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it more than 2?
I can't remember.
All right. Were you the only person rapping in the group?
No, they want to be a group. It was just me.
All right. So then how many more people besides you was in Red Cartel?
I can't say. I don't want to lie.
Okay. Was it more than 10?
Yes.
All right. Was it more than 20?
I can't remember. I don't want to lie.
Okay.
I know it was more than 10 though.
More than 10. And the members of Red Cartel, did they live in that Cleveland Browns Mill Road area or somewhere else?
Kind of all over the place. We was all from Gilbert Gardens, so they tore down the projects and everybody just scattered.
Now, you said they were all from Gilbert Gardens. When you were living at Gilbert Gardens, did you know some of these individuals who now form this group, Red Cartel, in 2005?
Yeah.
Were the members of Red Cartel older or younger or the same age as you?
Both.
Outside of music, was Red Cartel known for anything else?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have to do anything to join this music group, Red Cartel?
No.
Did you have to rap so they can determine if you knew how to rap or do whatever other type of music?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if that's what you're talking about, do something.
Yeah, so how did you get involved? How would you become a part of Red Cartel?
I mean, dude, so they would have to like your music, I guess.
Do you know who founded Red Cartel?
Nah, I don't. It was an older dude than me, though. But I don't, like, know him like that.
What was his name?
I don't know. He was before my time.
You said he was before your time. So do you know roughly when Red Cartel started?
No.
Do you know how they came up with the name Red Cartel?
No.
As a member of Red Cartel, did you wear any specific colors?
No, you can wear whatever color you want to wear.
Did you all have any particular clothing that you wore?
I think we did have like shirts or something with like our names on them. So something like that. I can't really remember, but I think we had like some shirts.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as Exhibit 1, Slide 22. Exhibit 1. Just one. It's Slide 26 for you all, but it was originally Slide 22. So looking at what's on the screen, which is State's Exhibit 1, which was Slide 22, then
Sir,
We,
do you all want to take a look at it?
no, I'm familiar with an S1 approach, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed.
I just come on. Can I look at it? Bring it up here, please, so I can look at it.
I'm gonna show you again, State's Exhibit 1, slide 22. When you talked about the Red Cartel clothing, is that some of the clothes that you were referencing a few moments ago?
I don't remember that. The ones I'm talking about, we had our name on it, like individually had our name on it.
And looking at that, do you see the back of it on the right-hand side?
Which part is the back?
So let's go to the one on the left-hand side. Do you see the individual with a chain around their neck?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see that.
And does that appear to be the front of someone?
I guess.
All right. And what does that shirt say? Can you read it?
Your Honor, it's not in evidence. He said he does not recognize it.
Your Honor, it is in evidence. Yep. We need to approach Stacey.
It is in evidence, Mr. Steele, but, so I don't know, I'll overrule any objection now. Right now, that's enough. Then if he says there's other objections.
Looking at State's Exhibit number 1, the front of that shirt, what does it say?
It say "so what" at the top, and then I can't see what they say on this side. I guess that's the left bottom.
Huh?
They got something right there.
You see what the right bottom says?
Blooded.
Okay. And on the other picture, can you read what it says on the other picture at the top?
They're like graffiti letters or something. I can't understand it.
So you can't read what it says at the top?
Okay, I see the Red Cartel.
And
I
then
don't know what that is on the end though. It's kind of weird.
on which end?
The right top.
You mean the wording after cartel?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you see what it says underneath Red Cartel?
Creek City Records.
Okay. And then underneath that, do you see what it says?
I don't know what that say at the bottom, but the other part say gang.
Okay. And is that the same Red Cartel that you were just referencing that is the music group that you were a part of?
I never seen it wrote like that though.
Okay. But is that the Red Cartel that you were referencing, the music group that you were a part of?
I don't know.
Okay.
How would I know?
All right. Thank you. Did Red Cartel have any alliances with anyone?
No. Not that I know of.
Did Red Cartel ever associate or affiliate themselves with the Rock Crew?
Jack. Basis. On his testimony, he said it was a record group. He's 14 years of age.
Okay, all right. So what's your relevancy? I'll overrule objection.
Did Red Cartel have any alliances with a group, the Rock Crew?
I think they had like music together. That's about as far as I remember. I don't really know if they alliance. What that mean? That's a big word.
Okay. Did anyone from Red Cartel associate with anyone from Rock Crew?
We all stayed right by each other.
Okay.
Went to the same school. You feel me?
All right. And Rock Crew, was that a gang of members who were from the Cleveland Avenue area?
Objection, Your
A
Honor.
gang?
I sustain objection.
Okay. What is your understanding of Rock Crew?
Rock Crew was Cleveland Avenue.
And we say it was Cleveland Avenue, what do you mean?
Like the people from Cleveland Avenue.
And did Rock Crew have a founder who gathered the individuals who were off of Cleveland Avenue?
I don't know.
You don't know. Now, you said that we all stayed off of Cleveland Avenue. Do you know any individuals who associated themselves with Rock Crew?
When you say associate, like what you mean by that?
that they were a part of? They considered themselves rock crew. They called themselves rock crew. Do you know anyone like that?
All the kids from Cleveland Avenue when I was younger, it was kids. Yeah, appreciate that.
No problem. Who were some of the people that you knew who were from Cleveland Avenue that associated themselves or called themselves rock crew?
I can't remember their name. Who was in middle school? Kids.
Tell me some of the people that you may remember.
I can't really remember nobody's name like that. I try to forget about Cleveland Avenue. I ain't been on Cleveland Avenue in 10 years.
Let me ask you this. Do you know an individual by the name of Trontavia Stevens?
Yeah.
Okay. Was Trontavia Stevens a part of rock crew?
A part of it? I can't really say he was a part of it. I mean, I guess you would have to be rock crew to say he's a part of it. I don't really know that.
Jeffrey Williams, was he a part of rock crew?
I don't know. He's not even from Cleveland Avenue.
Did he ever hang around Cleveland Avenue?
We both did, yeah.
Quindarius Zachary, do you know who that is?
Never heard that name.
Do you know who Little D is?
I know a couple little D's.
Sorry, Corey, Charlie. You're welcome. Permission to approach?
Yes.
I'm going to first show you what's been marked as 6 Exhibit 4 Charlie and 5 Charlie. Tell me if you recognize or see yourself in 4 Charlie or 5 Charlie.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know some of the other individuals inside of 4 Charlie and 5 Charlie?
Yeah, I know some of them. I know him.
And does that appear to be a fair, accurate depiction of yourself, along with other people that you may know inside of both 4 Charlie and 5 Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay. You're on this time, stay with like the 10 to 6 Exhibit 4 Charlie and 5 Charlie.
Any objections to states 4 Charlie and 5
Charlie. If they're admitted, may be published as you see fit.
That's a picture though, there's writing on it as well.
Can I see it first? Take it down. Let me see it. Okay, can I see council's please?
With me that those pictures are not taken on the same day.
I can't remember.
Are you wearing the same clothes in 4 Charlie Charlie that you wore in 5 Charlie Charlie?
Because I ain't got the hat on.
Okay. And it's your testimony say you don't know who that is?
I do not know who that is.
All right. Do you know an individual by the name of Quentin Porter or Big Boo?
Boo. Yeah, I know Boo.
Do you know him to be a part of Rock Crew?
I mean, a part of it. He from Cleveland Avenue, if that's what you asked.
Do you know him to be the founder of Rock Crew?
I don't know who the founder of Rock. I don't even know when they were found.
Now, with Red Cartel, was Red Cartel ever associated with any gangs?
I don't remember. We were just wearing red.
You said you don't remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. But you were just wearing red.
Yeah.
Do you know why you all were just wearing red?
It was just a color.
Why red versus any other color?
I don't know.
Did you ever ask why we wear red and not purple, blue, green, orange?
I like the red.
You like the red?
Yeah. I think it's a nice color.
Did you ever associate or call yourself a member of any gang?
I might have did.
You might have did? Okay.
Yeah.
What gang might you have did call yourself a member of?
Blood.
When did you start calling yourself a member of the Blood?
I can't remember what year. It was just.
Let's go back to our timeline. So trying to orient you. Was it when you were living in Gilbert Garden or Cleveland Avenue and Browns Mill Road?
I think. When I started calling myself a Blood, probably when I was living off of Cleveland.
So this time period off of here. Now, was there any particular faction of Blood that you were calling yourself to be a part of?
Faction?
Like, was there any particular Blood sect?
No, I just thought being Blood was cool. It was like rappers and people were being Blood. I thought it was cool.
How did you become a Blood? How did you become a Blood?
I didn't. I just started saying I was Blood.
So,
if that's what you mean.
So you didn't have to do anything in order to become a Blood. You just started calling yourself a Blood.
Yeah.
Did you hang around with other individuals who were Bloods? Did you hang around any other individuals that called themselves Bloods?
I don't know. I know I was calling myself Blood. I don't know what nobody else was doing.
Did you hang around other people and y'all were in a group together and each of you all called each other Bloods? Was there ever a time that you and other people were together and called yourselves Bloods?
I'm trying to figure out what you saying. That I don't understand that. I've hung around people who call themselves Christian, Muslim. I hung around all kind of people.
So I'm asking specifically about the Bloods. Were you ever in a group with other individuals who called themselves Bloods?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'm not.
I'm over objection, Mr. Matthews.
Can you ask the question again?
Sure. Were you ever in a group or associate yourself around other individuals who call themselves Bloods?
In prison or jail, probably.
What about outside of jail?
I don't recall that happening outside of jail, though.
Courts indulgence. Now, as a Blood, or while you were calling yourself a Blood, did you ever commit any crimes while you called yourself a Blood?
Huh?
Did you ever commit any crimes while you called yourself a Blood?
Like, what you mean? Like, while I'm doing the crime, like, I'm a Blood? What are you saying?
Sure. While you were in that 2005 era that you said you started becoming a Blood, were you committing crimes?
I call myself a Blood. I ain't
Right.
start becoming a Blood.
Okay. So you started calling yourself a Blood around 2005.
Yeah.
All right. During that time period, did you ever commit any crimes?
In 2005?
Yes.
No, I was in school.
Are you familiar with the blood set sex money murder?
Yeah, I heard of it.
How have you heard of sex money murder?
Jail, prison, in songs. I heard about it a lot of places.
Did you ever call or claim yourself to be a part of sex money murder?
Yeah.
When did you do that? What years?
I don't remember what year. When it got popular, everybody was calling themselves that.
Was that around the same time that you started calling yourself a Blood?
Whenever Blood got popular, that's when I started calling myself Blood. That would be around the same time, yeah.
And did you have to do anything in order to call yourself a part of sex money murder?
What you mean, do anything? I don't understand it.
Were you just able to wake up one morning and start calling yourself a part of sex money murder?
Yeah.
And did you hang around other individuals that called themselves or that were members of sex money murder?
I don't know what nobody else was doing. I know what I was doing.
Now, you said that you heard about being a Blood in prison. Do you recall just saying that a few moments ago? That you recall hearing about being a Blood in prison. Do you remember saying that?
I recall about hearing about being a Blood in prison.
Yes.
We should put Cleveland Number right there. I went in prison in 2005.
Right. While you were in prison, did you still claim to be a member of the Bloods?
You asked me about being around a group of people who call themselves a Blood. I said that would have had to be in prison or in jail.
Okay.
That's what I said. I ain't say calling or none of that, what you just said.
So I'm asking you, while you were in prison, did you call yourself a Blood while in prison?
When I went to prison, no.
Why not?
Because I wanted a new life. I ain't want to be out there no more. I want to take care of myself and do better as I am now. I feel like that was childish.
Have you ever heard of the term false flagging or false claiming?
Yeah, I've been called that.
You've been called that. To your knowledge, did any of the individuals that we talked about, Trontavious Stevens, do you know if he associated himself with sex, money, murder?
I don't know what nobody else was doing. I know what I was doing.
What about Jeffrey Williams? To your knowledge, did he claim himself to be a part of sex, money, murder?
I don't know what nobody else was doing. I know what DK was doing.
Mr. Murphy, back in 2011, 2012, did you have a Twitter account?
A Twitter?
Yes.
What year?
2011, 2012.
Yeah, that probably, yeah. I think I did. That one Twitter was kind of like the thing back then.
And do you recall what your Twitter name was back in 2011 and 2012?
I don't remember the name. I had one though.
Do you remember having the name of Young Slime Like DZ or at Cartel _DK?
Oh, that was one name?
Do you remember having a Twitter account?
That was one name you just said?
Do you recall having a Twitter account?
I remember I'm confused though. Can you say the name again?
Sure. Did you have a tag name at Cartel _DK?
Yeah, I remember that.
And was the name associated with that Young Slime Like _DK?
Oh, that's the little. Okay, yeah, that probably, yeah.
Was that you?
Yeah.
I think he does mention Mr. Williams in there. I think he was doing like some of the promotion and stuff. Like I think here, young girl, slut punch. I think here he was like promoting some of his stuff. Part of what you talked about, some of the promotion stuff. Going off the You're welcome. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8CC. Do you recognize your name, your Twitter name, at Cartel _DK on there? At the top.
Yeah.
Okay. And matter of fact, do you see an image of yourself on Stacey, on the front page of State's Exhibit 8, Charlie?
Yeah.
And was that the Twitter handle that you had back in 2011 and 2012?
Mm-hmm.
And I want you to flip through it, take your time, look at some of these tweets, and you see that at Cartel DK making some tweets within that packet.
Yeah, I wasn't the only person with that password though.
You the only person with it.
I wasn't the only person with it.
That's fine. But flip through, do you see some tweets with the from Cartel underscore DJ?
What the question was again?
Sure. Do you see tweets from that Twitter account at Cartel underscore DJ?
Yeah.
All right. And again, was that your Twitter handle back in 2011 and 2012?
Yeah.
During this time, it's like a 10 or 6 exhibit, 8 Charlie Charlie.
And injection states Charlie Charlie.
I'm happy to support it.
Okay, I noted that, Mr. Harvey, so deny that. I'll give you continued objection. Mr. Steele, no objection, no further objection as to states Charlie Charlie? Right, okay, all right. States Charlie Charlie is admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Okay. Mr. Murphy, you can look on either screen on the side or behind you. We're going to start with the first page of 8 Charlie Charlie, okay?
You were gonna go through that whole thing?
Not all of it, but some of it, yes. Now, excuse me, look at this first tweet from January 29th, 2012. Is that you?
Yeah.
And underneath the tweet, is there a caption?
I can't see that.
Above the picture and underneath at Cartel underscore DK, is there a caption?
Yeah.
What does it say?
Just say what's right there.
Okay, so what does it say?
Sex, money, murder.
All right. And is that you in this picture?
I would answer that.
Okay. What are you doing with your hands?
You know what crazy? I don't even know what that means.
Okay. So you were just taking a picture and you don't know what the hand symbol means?
Yeah, I don't know what that means. It looked fire though, back then.
All right. Now we're going to scroll down a little bit to September 4th, January 10th, 2012. Do you see that tweet with the different hashtags?
Yeah.
Okay, what does that say?
Let's say sexy, money, murder.
Okay. We'll go down to the next one on January 4th.
I don't think I tweeted that though. They're probably a girl.
Okay. So that wasn't you, you believe it was someone else.
Yeah, a couple people had my password.
Who all had your password to your?
I ain't trying to put them folk in it, but they had it though.
Okay.
It's
How many
okay.
people had your
A
password?
couple,
When you say a couple, what does that mean? 2?
about 3.
When you have here on January 4th, 2012, what does that say?
On what day?
January 4th, 2012.
But that banging sex money murder. I don't know what that other, like a bunch of letters.
What is black?
I don't know. I just seen it. I thought it was cool. Everybody else was doing it.
So you were just typing and you had no idea what black meant?
Mm-hmm.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Ms. Murphy, did you take a plea in this case?
Did I take a plea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as a part of this plea, did you fill out a plea agreement in this case?
Did I fill it out?
Did you sign an initial on a plea agreement?
I initially, yeah.
All right. And did you have an opportunity to go over this plea agreement with your attorney, Mr. Jacoby Hudson?
When you say go over, what you mean?
Did
go
you?
over like thoroughly?
I'm gonna ask you, we can talk about thoroughly, but I'm gonna first ask you, did you have the opportunity to look at this document prior to you signing it to take a plea in this case?
Prior, what that mean? What you mean by that?
Sure. Before you signed it, did you and your attorney go over it?
Yeah, we went over it.
Okay. And did you talk about all the contents that was inside of it when you went over it?
Yeah, but it was, yeah.
Okay. And did you essentially end up signing and initialing certain acknowledgments inside of this plea agreement?
Did I initially? Yes.
Okay. And did you understand what you initialed?
That's a good question.
Oh, did you?
I did, but I didn't though.
Okay, what does that
It's
mean?
kind of confusing because I understood it, but I didn't understand like this part of it.
When you say this part of it, what
Like
do you mean?
testifying part, I didn't understand that part.
Okay, but did you understand what you read and initial the acknowledgments? We're going to talk about the acknowledgments right now. And do you need to look at it to see what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
All right. Your Honor, permission to approach? All right, so I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1, Charlie. And I want to specifically direct your attention right now. We're going to focus on page 3. Are you on page 3?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to look at number 9 on page 3.
Okay.
All right. When you went over that with your attorney, did you understand what you were going over?
Yeah, but that's why I say it was confusing because it say some of the language.
Don't read anything on there yet. When you went over this and you initialed it,
I believe Mr. Murphy has a right to it.
He does. So let him finish that.
but it's
Mr.
not
Murphy,
admitted. I didn't want him to read from the document.
He was responding to a question, so let's go ahead and see what he has to say, okay? Did you have something else you want to say, Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, it say some of the language that YSL members use. That's what I was trying to, like, I don't know the word I'm trying to say, but that's what I was trying to say. Like, people was using these words way before, some of these words way before YSL even was a label or we start a group or anything like that.
But let me ask you this here. What I'm asking you right now, very specifically, when you went over this document, did you understand what you were reading on the document itself?
Right, did I understand though?
The words on the page?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you end up signing this plea agreement when you took your plea in this case?
Yeah, I signed it.
Okay. And did you sign it with your attorney?
Yeah.
All right. And did Ms. Love also sign this document?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this out of state like the 10-6 is one Charlie.
Any objection, states 1 Charlie Charlie?
Does.
All right, states 1 Charlie Charlie.
Now, we're going to talk about this document, but I want to, since we're talking about the word black, I just asked you if you knew what black meant. On page 3 of State's Exhibit 1 Charlie, at number 9, what does number 9 say?
Some other language that YSL members would use is something.
Okay, and then what does it say under A?
Black.
And then what does it say?
But I heard that way before YSL even.
Sure. Answer my question. Finish reading. What does A say?
It say black.
And what else does it say?
Oh, which means blood, love all the time.
Okay. And so when I just asked you a few moments ago if you knew what black meant, why did you tell me you did not know what it is?
Now I remember. I got a whole life. You think I'm sitting at home or at work thinking about black? I'm not thinking about that, bro. I got 4 kids. I'm not thinking about that.
But back in 2011, you used that terminology black.
Yeah.
All right. And in 2012, did you use that terminology black?
Huh?
In 2012.
You should ask me that, didn't it?
I asked you about 2011. In 2012, did you use that terminology?
And then what did you say on that tweet?
So, do you know what black means?
Now I recall what it means.
So you had to use this to refresh your memory?
Is that what you want to call it?
All right. Now we'll go back to 8 Charlie. And I want to go down to August 25th, 2012. Can you read that tweet on August 25th, 2012?
That's a song.
Okay. What does it say?
It's been a long time coming, baby. I just called to see how you been doing lately.
Now, you just said it's been a long time coming. Is there a B or a C there for coming?
It's a B.
Okay. Why would you tweet it as a B?
It's just what I was doing right there. I did a lot of stuff without meaning or purpose. I was childish, young, dumb.
And when you said baby, I just, you said call, why did you put the B for the C there as well?
Huh?
When you read it, you said baby, I just called. But when you tweeted it, you put a B. Why did you do that?
Because that's not me no more. I'm grown now. That was a kid.
And I'm asking you about 2012. So we're going to get to 2024. I'm asking you now about 2012.
Yeah, because I just told you. That's not me no more.
I understand it's not you anymore, but back in 2012, I'm asking why did you pick that?
Because I was just doing stuff. I just told you that.
Now, looking at the next tweet on November 9th, 2012, what were you tweeting out on November 9th, 2012?
I was promoting music.
Okay. And whose music?
Lil Jeff.
All right. And what did you write in order to tweet his music?
Huh?
What does the tweet say?
I was telling everybody that it's going down at the the club we probably been going to.
Okay, so read what it says.
It's going down tonight. However you say that, at Thugger, Black Black.
Why'd you put black black?
I was just doing stuff, I tell you that.
Okay. But why put it, you're promoting his music. Why do you need to put black black just promoting?
I put it, when I wasn't promoting nothing, I was just tweeting and I put it. So I was just doing stuff.
Okay.
It's just being a kid, being extra.
We're gonna flip.
So before you continue, I think our jury is asking for a comfort break. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take 10 minutes for that comfort break, and we'll reconvene at that point in time. All rise. Mr. Murphy, you can take 10 minutes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess. Murphy. Could you get him, please? Thanks, Christina. Hey, what do you think about my shoes? Yeah. What do you think about my shoes? Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Ms. Hilton, you may continue, madam.
Now, before we we're talking about this, okay? We'll go back. Go back to 8 Charlie. All right. Do you see that tweet from November 28th, 2011, Mr. Murphy? At the top of the page?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the top one?
The top one.
Yeah, I see it.
Can you read it?
Why you trying to make me read all that childish stuff, man?
Let me ask you this. In 2011, you were 20 years old?
Yeah.
All right. Can you read it, please?
I was still a child, though, mentally. I wasn't.
Okay.
Because that's what you were getting at, right? My age.
But you were 20 years old?
Yeah, I was 20 years old. I was physically grown, but mentally I was not in my right mind.
I understand.
Okay.
Can you read it?
Don't let these niggas trick y'all. They not with this red cartel shit. Great. See what I'm saying? They don't even make sense.
Okay.
And I'm on bleeding with it, pull up, whatever that supposed to mean, guns and hate it on hood.
And that was a tweet that came from your account, whether it's child or not, you tweeted that from your account.
I don't remember tweeting it.
Okay. But
That's my account, though.
All right. Next. I'm going to go to that same exhibit. And we're going to look at August 17th. Well, let me back up. This tweet on October 7th, 2012 at the top of the page. The blurry side of that, is that you?
No, it might be.
Okay. Who's the person next to you?
That Buck.
That's Buck?
Yeah.
Do they call him Buck?
Buck. Okay. I call him Buck.
All right. And what does that tweet say?
I am my brother's keeper. I love you, little Brody.
And what are the hashtags?
Real nigga club, bitch, SMM, and ROB, Lil Haiti.
Okay. What's ROB?
I don't know, I think that's like rock crew.
Okay. When you say you think that's rock crew, what do you mean?
I think that's rock crew. What I said.
Okay, so rock crew also used ROB.
Yeah.
Okay. And what did the B in ROB stand for?
I don't know. I can't tell you what it stands for. Okay. I know that mean rock crew though.
All right. And going down on that same page, on August 17th, 2012, what does that tweet say?
I'm a ROB every day.
Okay.
I think if I tweeted that, I definitely misspelled it.
Okay. And why do you believe you would have definitely misspelled it if you would have tweeted it?
Cause I probably would have said, like, I'm on Cleveland every day.
Okay. All right. And looking at the tweet on November 7th, 2012, what does that say?
On what day?
November 7th, 2012.
ROB bath. Black. I don't even know what none of that means.
All right. But that's a tweet from your Twitter account.
Yeah.
All right. We're going to go. All right. We're going to go to the next tweet, which will be on September 7th, 2012.
When you say the next tweet, that's the next tweet that came off that account?
No. I'm sorry. I was talking to you. I was talking to Miss Knight. Now, September 7th, 2012, did you retweet a tweet?
I don't know what I did back then.
Okay. What is the tweet that's on September 7th, 2012?
Maybach, Rolex, back, what?
On September 7th, 2012.
Read Rolex. If you can't read, you know what I'm banging. I'm a billboard. What? I'm a billboard for the set. I don't even know what that mean. Peak gang or net, I don't know what that mean.
So you don't know what Peak Gang is?
No.
Okay.
I never heard of that.
All right. Do you know who Reek_Rolac is?
No.
All right. Have you ever heard of Peter Rolac?
No.
All right. We can move to May 26, 2012. All right. Looking at May 26, 2012, what does that tweet say?
Mob SMM.
Okay. What does SMM stand for?
Sex Money Murder.
All right. Now we're going to skip down to May 10th, 2012 on that same page. What did you tweet on that page, on that date?
I said I want the only person with this account.
Okay. What was tweeted from that account?
Okay. Where that you said?
May 10th, 2012.
Fuck a nigga if he ain't SMM.
All right. And what's the tweet on May 7th, 2012?
Bloods Fly High SMM.
Okay.
That's a song.
All right. And is SMM, is that for sex, money, murder?
Oh, that's a song.
But is SMM for sex, money, murder?
I already read it. I already said it.
Hold on. You got an objection, sir? I stand your objection.
Going to May 30th, 2012? You can read it.
May 30th.
May 30th.
Got the whole SMM behind me. Black and some emojis.
Okay. What are the emojis?
2 water guns, a finger, and some O's.
Okay. Is there any significance of why you have 2 water guns versus 1 or 3?
I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not the only person who had the password to the account. Once again.
Is there any significance of why there is a bolded B?
I wasn't the only person with that account. Once again.
All right. Is there any significance to the bolded B?
I don't remember.
All right. And then going down to August 5th, 2012, what does that say?
My SMM family? That's what you talking about?
Well, you can look at that too, but I was looking at the one beneath that, August 5th, 2012.
Huh? August the 5th?
August 5th, 2012.
I just pray to God I make it to be 21.
And then what does it say after all the exclamation points?
It's a R05 SMM.
What does R05 mean?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
All right. Now, you said that other people had access to your account. What was your relationship to these other people that had access to your accounts?
Girls I was dealing with, friends. Girls I was dealing with, friends.
So were the girls that you were dealing with or your friends, were they a part of SMM?
I don't want to put these people. These people ain't got nothing to do with me being up here or none of that.
You don't know who the people are. I'm just asking you, were they a part of SMM?
I don't recall.
Okay. So why would they be tweeting about SMM? If it's not you.
The same reason everybody was doing it back then. It was the popular thing.
Now, I want to go back. I think before we took a break, you said that, I believe you said something to the effect of you never claimed or were ever in a group outside of prison with other blood members. Do you recall saying that?
Huh?
Do you recall saying before we took a break that you had never been in a group with other bloods
You
outside?
said, was I in a group with people who call themselves bloods?
Correct.
I said that would have had to be in prison or jail.
Right, and I asked you outside of jail or prison, have you ever been in a group of individuals who were bloods? And you said no.
Yeah.
All right. I want to show you what's already been admitted as 60 WA. I want you to watch the video on the screen.
Hey, baby. I'm saying, my whole crew got blunts. Shout out to Big Club Valerie, man. Anybody ain't played with them on Trey, they dead. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a real rock crew movement, man. I got them pounds in on Trey. Crew, it's cracking. Get out of here. 2 guns up, pistol P. 2 guns up, pistol P. Oh, back. Come here to smoke. Come here to smoke. Hey man, nigga ran up or not.
Hey, put camera on my face. What's up, these little niggas, man? First play the R05, man. These bitches like my equal.
We working too. We working. Hey, man. We working on the block. Hey man, what most of y'all niggas ran up with, man, my little girl got it on right now, man. Trey, man.
Trying to tell ya.
Listen, she got a car and she ain't even walking yet, and that's on Trey. Hey, it's about. Hey, rock crew trim, man. Look. Man, what? They gotta get out. I really don't give a fuck about bitch. Yeah, ho. Yeah, ho. Glad 2 guns up, nigga, salute. You understand me? Yeah, ho. 1426 money game, bitch. Okay. I be that bloody trouble banging that sex, money, murder, man. Get peed over, beat up. Shit tatted on me, man. Know what I'm saying? Pee up or get beat up, man. Yeah, ho. Trouble, sex, money, murder, man. Cream, cash, rule, everything. When a bitch get through, ho. You heard he just said, they ain't passing the game. He say give him an ounce roll up.
Yeah. Hey, man.
He say give him an ounce. He say give him an ounce.
We got our apartments on control.
Go to the car and get 3-4 ounces.
We got our apartments on control.
Matter of fact, go to the car and get a pound of. In a minute, ho. Yikes. He talking about in a minute. And I'm riding with the chopstick. Hey, you talking about? I'm gonna show y'all what I'm riding in. Straight up. Y'all see Big Girl early shrimp fried rice? Shrimp fried rice a little bit.
With a
what?
and fruit punch. Man, I'm the only bitch out here in this shit, though. That's serious shit. Hello.
And yeah, that big called Valerie, man. So, anybody play with him? Ooh. $14.26, man. Louis V everything. Louis V, true. You know what I'm saying? Them Gucci. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They have my family kicking, man. You know what I'm saying? True religion, everything, man. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They have my family kicking, man. That big bad, man. You know what I'm saying? Little brother and Louis. Louis, he said he wants some red bottoms tomorrow. I told him no problem, I got him. You know what I'm saying?
All them alcohol.
I own all them cars.
Anybody who knows somebody who ain't smoking right now, man, tell them come on, believe. He didn't give me shit away, man. No fun. I'm talking to Maybach right now.
I got weed up.
I'm talking to Maybach right now. I'm talking to Maybach, man. We got control on our part, man.
You know what I'm saying, man? We got cameras and shit out here, man. So anybody think they coming through, think they catching them, man. We ain't never slipping, man. We got niggas on walking talkers, man. You know what I'm saying? We got the can lady working. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody busting for Troy, man.
You know what I'm saying? They're my blood brother, you know what I'm saying? Bees up, pee up and get beat up. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But my boy DKJ got out and he got it on.
You're DK, right? Are you DK?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Are you in prison in this video?
Yeah, he said I just got out.
Right. So
Yeah.
are there other Bloods in this video?
Yeah, it ain't me with the camera.
But are you in the video with other Bloods outside of prison?
I'm in some apartments in the neighborhood. I'm not with nobody. I'm by myself. I just got out of jail.
Okay. Are you in a group with other individuals?
Your Honor, ask and answer.
I stand objection.
Okay. You keep playing, please.
And he got the screen up on him. You know what I'm saying?
Did you see those hand signs?
Yeah, I seen the video.
What were you doing with your hands?
I don't know what I was doing. It was moving though. I don't know.
Okay. So you don't know what they were?
I don't know what they mean. I was just doing stuff.
How did you learn those hand signs?
You don't learn them. You just move them.
Okay. Did someone show you how to do it?
I watch videos on YouTube on stuff like that.
Okay. And what videos did you watch on YouTube that showed you how to do those particular hand signs?
Music videos.
Okay. And are y'all doing a music video out there?
I can't remember what we were doing out there.
And did you have a strap on you that day?
I don't recall. I just got out. I kept a gun though, so I probably did have a gun. I don't know though.
And were you supposed to have a strap on you?
Huh?
Were you supposed to have a strap on you? You had just gotten out.
Yeah.
Were you on bond?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't even know what year that was.
Okay.
I heard him say my boy DKJ got out though, or something like that.
All right.
DKJ got out. I heard that though.
What apartment complex is this?
I'm not sure. I just see buildings.
Let me ask you this. Did you see Trontavia Stevens in that video?
Yeah.
All right. Who else did you recognize in that video?
LaJeff?
Okay. Anybody else?
No.
He just got out yesterday. This my other blood brother, man. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
we kick shit. Don't believe it. This is everyday thing. Oh shit! Check out the chucks.
This nigga's gonna stop playing like I ain't holding with bitch.
I got.
And so, again, were you out there with other members who claimed blood in this apartment complex?
I don't know what they call. I know what I was claiming.
Okay. And what were you claiming while you were out there?
I was calling myself a blood. I already said that.
Okay. And did you hear these other people calling themselves blood as well? Did you hear them call themselves blood as well in the video?
I think so.
Okay. Do you know an individual by the name of Christian McMiller or McMahon?
Yeah.
How do you know Mr. McMiller?
We were raised up together. My play cousin.
When you say your play cousin, what do you mean?
Play cousin.
Okay, what does that mean to you?
A play cousin, like you never grew up with nobody and your mama be like, that's your cousin, but that really ain't no blood, no kin to you.
Okay, so your families knew each other?
We grew up in Gilbert Park together.
All right. permission to approach?
You may, as long as you show it to defense counsel.
Yes. I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 7, Charlie. Do you recognize any individuals inside of State Exhibit 7, Charlie?
Yeah.
Who do you recognize State Exhibit 7, Charlie?
That me,
Okay. Anyone else?
Matt Lang, Lil Jeff. That's about it.
And do you know who the, God bless you, and is that a fair, accurate depiction of those individuals within that picture? God bless you.
I don't know about it. I don't know them other people though. I don't know who I said I know though, who I've seen.
And do you remember when you took that picture at all? Sure. Do you remember when you all took that picture?
I think I do.
Okay. About what year was that picture?
I don't know what year, but I know we was out of town though.
You were where?
Out of town.
Okay. Is that a fair, accurate depiction of that picture that you took while out of town with Mr. McMiller, Mr. Williams, and yourself, and some other individuals?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, this time to say like 10 to 6 Exhibit 7, Charlie into evidence.
No opposition for Mr. Williams, Your Honor.
All right, states Charlie is admitted and will be published as you see fit.
I think it was 7 Charlie.
7 Charlie.
Okay.
Your Honor, the same objection to the writing was not.
Okay. Let me take it first. Did you know the Instagram account that picture is?
Huh?
You know whose Instagram that is?
It say Thugger One.
The 05E
Oh no, I don't know.
Robin Slim. Do you know who's
No man.
Instagram that's account?
No man.
You got permission to publish after the bottom redaction.
I will redact it and show that or even just redact it just to show the picture.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then I'll authorize to the publish states Charlie. 7 Charlie, should say.
Thank you, Your Honor. And while we're waiting for this, I know I asked you about Trontavia Stevens. When did you first meet Trontavia Stevens?
I don't remember how I first encountered. I know he's younger than me though, so we probably like one in the same grade or school and then.
Did you know him while you were in middle or elementary school or later than that time?
I didn't go to elementary school on Cleveland Avenue.
Not even that you went to school on Cleveland Avenue, but I'm just talking about time frame. When did you think you first met him? While you were in middle and elementary school or a little bit older than that?
I can't remember.
Okay. At this point, about how long have you known Trontavia Stevens?
It's been a minute. I can't like put a time on it.
All right. And what, if anything, did you call strike that? Did Trontavia Stevens have any nicknames?
Little Tick.
Little Tick?
Huh?
Is that the only thing you called him?
That's what I call him.
That's what you call him? Okay. Now, you said you think you were looking now, Susan, at 7 Charlie. You said you were out of town. Do you recall where you may have been out of town when you took this picture?
No, I've been to a lot of different states.
Okay, so you don't remember where you were?
No.
All right. If it's easier, there's a stick. Permission for Mr. Murphy to stand, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Murphy, if you take this stick,
What
please.
am I want to do that?
Because I'm asking you to.
But what if I don't want to?
I'm asking you to take the stick, please. Thank you so much. Can you point yourself out in the picture?
Yeah, I'm at the bottom left.
All right. And you said that Mr. Williams is in that
Right
picture?
beside me to the right.
Okay, and where is Mr. McMillan?
To the left on the guy on the far right.
Can you use your stick that you don't want to use and point him out?
To the left of the guy on the far right with the glasses on and the red shirt.
Mr. McMillan.
Can you stand up, sir, please, and just point on the screen? Thank you.
I appreciate it. You got to see. Thank you. What's the significance of 1426?
I don't know.
Okay, you're in a picture with Mr. Williams holding that flag. Is there a significance of 1426?
I don't know. You have to ask him. I don't got that flag.
Okay. And what color are you wearing inside of that picture?
A red shirt.
And are these individuals members of Rock Crew or Red Cartel? Rock Crew or Red Cartel?
I don't know. I know I was a member of Red Cartel. I don't know what they mean.
Now, let's kind of transition. Did there come a point in time in which you no longer affiliated yourself with Red Cartel?
No.
Okay. Do you still affiliate yourself with Red Cartel now?
I don't affiliate with nothing but my family and kids.
Okay. So when did you stop affiliating with Red Cartel?
When I started affiliating with everything.
Okay. Did you ever create a group called YSL?
A group, yeah.
Okay. Was it something else besides a group?
Not to my means of knowledge.
Not to your means of knowledge, okay? Do you still have a copy of One Charlie Charlie in front of you?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to number 1 on page 2. And let me actually go above that. Where it says 4, what does it say on 4? On page 2, are you looking on page 2?
Yeah.
Okay, do you see the number 4?
Yeah.
What does it say next to number 4?
Defendant's acknowledgement.
Okay, and then below that, where it says A, what does it say?
All statements below are truthful.
All right, and what does number 1 say?
YSL, otherwise known as Young Slime Life, began as a neighborhood group but evolved into a gang.
Okay, and did you initial number 1?
Yeah.
Those are your initials, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I just asked you, was YSL a gang, why did you tell me you don't know? Did you not acknowledge that in this document?
Yeah, but it say evolve. I don't know when it evolved into a gang. I know when we made it, it was a neighborhood group. It was a group of guys from the neighborhood. Made it a music group.
And in this acknowledgement that you initialed, you said it evolved into a gang. That's what you initialed.
Yeah.
Okay. So YSL.
I don't know when it evolved into a gang, though.
I didn't ask you when. I just asked you, did YSL become a gang?
Yeah.
All right. When did you all form YSL?
I can't remember the year.
Who were the individuals who founded or formed YSL?
It was a couple of us. It was probably about. It was a handful of people, though. I can't just name them off the bat, but.
Name some of the people you can.
Myself. Lil Tig. And Lil Jeff. We made YSL music group.
And I know you're saying YSL, the music group, but when you all first started, was it a music group?
Yeah.
And when you say it was a music group, what do you mean? Were you incorporated as a music group? What do you mean by that?
When you say incorporated, what you mean by that?
You're saying that it was a music group. Tell the jury what you mean by it was a music group when y'all first started. What do you mean?
I mean, we was trying to rap. We was trying to make money off rapping. That's what I mean.
Why did it then evolve into a gang if you were first trying to do music?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know why it evolved into a gang. Everybody just wanted to be YSL. We ain't say we finna be the biggest gang in the world. We ain't do that.
How did you come with the name YSL?
I think it came from the designer clothes YSL, if I'm not mistaken.
And why did you, Little Jeff, and Lil Tick decide to form YSL?
Cause we wanted to rap. We wanted to. Every rapper got like a name or like a music group or something behind them, and we wanted to have like that foundation.
I want to direct your attention back to page 2 of State's Exhibit 1, Charlie.
Mm-hmm.
What does it say under number 2?
YSL is a group that began in late 2012 in the Cleveland Avenue area of Atlanta, which evolved into a gang.
Okay. So do you understand that you formed, along with Little Jeff and Lil Tick, YSL in 2012 based upon what you initialed?
Yeah.
Okay. So about
I don't
2012, is that right?
Yeah. I don't even think we was on Cleveland when that happened though, but okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't think we was on Cleveland. Like, when we was sitting around, like, we gonna make a music group, I don't even think we was in Cleveland Avenue. But
Where do you think you were? If you weren't on Cleveland Avenue at that time, where were you?
2012, I don't even think we were hanging on Cleveland then.
So where were you hanging? Not on Cleveland, where were you?
We wasn't hanging, we was trying to promote music.
Did y'all still stay off of Cleveland Avenue?
Like, lived? Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
What about Tick?
I don't know where he lived at.
What about Lil Jeff?
His mom still stayed on Cleveland then.
All right. Outside of you, Tick, and Little Jeff, were there other individuals back in 2012 a part of YSL?
Maybe like 2.
Who else?
I can't really remember their name, but one of them.
Okay. And you don't remember that last individual?
Mm-mm.
That no?
No.
Okay. Now, as one of the founding members of YSL, did you determine how someone could gain access into becoming a part of YSL?
Never.
Never?
Never.
So how would you determine if this person could claim or be a part of YSL? How would you make a determination?
We never did that.
Okay. So anybody could be in YSL?
Anybody could be like on YSL.
Back in 2012?
Any year. To my knowledge, I mean, I've been going to prison for a long time, but we never said, no, bro, you can't be. Like, we ain't do that. Nobody never did. Nah, nothing that I heard of.
Do you recall back in Do you remember back in 2016 having an interview at the Atlanta Police Department with an investigator, Gaither, at the Atlanta Police Department?
Hmm? Yeah, what year?
In 2015. Really around August of 2015.
I don't know. I had an interview though. I don't remember like what year or with who though.
And in that interview, your attorney Jacoby Hudson, who's in the courtroom today, was present along with 2 detectives of the Atlanta Police Department. Do you remember that?
I think so.
Okay. And do you remember in that interview speaking to the detectives about the founding of YSL and who founded YSL? Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. Do you recall within that interview stating that it was you, Tick, Mondo that founded YSL?
I don't recall saying that, but
Who is Mondo?
a friend.
Is Mondo a founder of YSL?
I wouldn't say.
You would not say? Okay, let me ask you this, Mr. Murphy. Since you got out of jail for this case, have you been on interviews with the person named Mondo when he was claiming to be a founder of YSL?
Have I been on an interview with him? Like he interviewed me?
Not he interviewed you, but you, him, and Buck being interviewed and him talking about him being a founder of YSL. Do you remember that?
Me being interviewed?
You, Mondo, and Buck.
I think I went with him to an interview. I don't think I was interviewed though.
Okay. And in that interview, are you sitting on the couch next to him in the interview?
I think I'm sitting next to Buck, but we on the couch.
Y'all on the couch. And in that interview, do you remember having conversations about him being a founder as well of YSL?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Confrontation.
Hold on, Mr. Matthews. I'll sustain the objection as to form. Maybe you need to rephrase it as to who he was having a conversation with.
We'll get back to that interview from 2023. Let's go back to your 2015 August interview. Do you recall in that August 2015 interview telling Detective Gaither and Dennis that when YSL first started, you had to be off of Cleveland Avenue or be from Cleveland Avenue?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't?
I don't. I was on a lot of drugs back then, like.
Okay. Back in August?
I don't remember none of that, but okay.
You were on a lot of drugs when? When you did the interview?
All my life.
Okay. When you did the interview...
I'm sober now, but for a long period of, majority of my life, I was high.
Okay. When you did the interview in August of 2015, were you in jail at the time in which you did the interview in August of 2015?
Yeah, I think I was in Rush Street.
Okay. And when you went to the interview with Detective Dennis, Detective Gaither, and your attorney, were you high inside that interview?
I was high while in Rush Street, so 9 times out of 10 I was high.
Okay. During that interview, were you able to give them information, which we're going to get into later, about the case for which you were arrested for?
I don't remember that. I don't remember.
Back in August...
I ain't saying I didn't or I did, though, but I don't remember.
Back in August 2015, were you arrested for the shooting of Dexter Montgomery?
Yeah, that's what I went to prison for.
Okay. And back in August of 2015, did you interview or speak with detectives about that shooting?
I know I did an interview. I don't remember what I said, though.
Okay.
But so, yeah.
And did you also talk to them about YSL during that interview?
I don't remember that.
Now, I know you said earlier that anyone could join YSL. Did there come a point in time where there were more members of YSL that were not from Cleveland Avenue?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. When YSL first started, were most of the members of YSL from the Cleveland Avenue area?
When we started, we was living on Cleveland Avenue, but I'm not from Cleveland Avenue.
At some point in time, did you move over to the Cleveland Avenue area?
Yeah.
Okay, so although you're not, let me back up. When you say you're not from Cleveland Avenue, what do you mean?
That's not where I'm from. If you ask me where I'm from, I'm gonna say Gilbert Gardens.
Okay. How far is Gilbert Gardens from Cleveland Avenue?
A minute. It's at the borderline of Forest Park.
Okay. In 2005, when you moved over to Cleveland Avenue. In 2012, when you formed YSL, had you been living in the Cleveland Avenue area for about 7 years at that point?
Yeah, I would say.
Okay. And so initially, although you were not born on Cleveland Avenue, at this point in time in 2012, had you been over on Cleveland Avenue for a good amount of years?
Yeah.
All right. And the other individuals, Little Jeff, Tick, Buck, Mondo, were they from the Cleveland Avenue area?
No.
Did they live in the Cleveland Avenue area?
No, not all of them.
Who did not live off of Cleveland Avenue?
Mondo or Buck.
Okay. Where did Mondo or Buck? Where was Mondo from?
The west side. I don't know exactly where, but he's from the west side.
Okay. And what about Buck?
The west side.
Both from the west side? And when you say the west side, what do you mean?
The west side, I don't know how to...
What neighborhood is it?
It ain't a neighborhood. It's a part of the city.
Do you know what streets are over in the west side of Atlanta?
No, I'm zone 3.
Do you know what zone is the west side of Atlanta?
Zone 1.
Zone 1. Outside of Buck and Mondo, were there other members as YSL grew that were not from the Cleveland Avenue area?
I don't recall. I don't really remember where people from or where they lived at or not. I don't even think about stuff like that.
Okay. Do you recall in that same interview that I was just referencing, that August 2015 interview, that you told Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis that as Mr. Williams got bigger, things with YSL kind of changed and more people started coming into YSL. Do you recall telling Investigator and Investigator Dennis that?
Basis?
This is.
I'm gonna overrule the objection, sir.
Do you recall telling them that?
Say that again?
In your interview with Investigator Gaither and Investigator Dennis, do you recall telling them that as Mr. Williams got bigger, more people started joining YSL who were not from the Cleveland Avenue area?
That sound about right, though.
Okay.
I don't remember saying that, but that sound about right.
And how did you feel about that?
Huh?
How did you feel about these other individuals now joining YSL?
I don't care.
Was YSL affiliated with any national blood gang set?
Yeah.
Who or what?
I don't think it's just blood. I don't think it's like no particular individual. No.
So you said it was just blood?
It was blood, Crips. You could be anything to be wise. You could be Muslim, Christian. YSL, it wasn't no, you gotta be this to be wise. No, it was just, you wanna be YSL, you can be YSL. Nobody said you can't be YSL. A fan wake up tomorrow and be like, I'm YSL, you YSL. I'm not gonna tell you not.
Okay. So YSL, you said, was made up of people who were part of other gangs, Bloods and Crips.
Yeah.
Okay. Who were some of the Crips that were a part of YSL?
Some of the Crips. I don't know one. I don't know.
Which one do you know?
Duke.
Do you know Duke's real name?
Nah, I don't remember his real name. I don't remember his real name.
Do you recall in that same August 2015 interview stating that Pee Wee Roscoe was a Crip who was a part of YSL?
No, I don't remember saying that, but that's about right, though, I guess.
Do you know who Pee Wee Roscoe is?
I know who Roscoe is.
All right. Is he a Crip?
Yeah.
And
From my knowledge, I don't know if he a real Crip, but he could just be saying he Crip. I don't know.
And was he a part of YSL?
Yeah, he worked for Lil Jeff.
Prior to him working for Lil Jeff, was he a part of YSL?
I ain't never seen him until he started working for Lil Jeff.
And what did he do for Lil Jeff?
I think he was his manager or something like that. I don't know.
What kind of manager?
I ain't sure what kind. I just know he answered a lot of calls.
When did you first meet Pee Wee Roscoe?
I can't really recall when I met him. He always been around though. Like I always seen him out. I knew about him. Say that.
Okay. When you say he's always been around, are you talking about from 2005, 2012? When you say he's always been around, give me a time frame.
I seen him on TV before I even seen him in person. Yeah.
Before seeing him on TV, I'm so talking about in person. When do you first recall encountering Pee Wee Roscoe?
At the studio where he worked for Lil Jeff.
Okay. And around what year?
That's the first time I spoke to him. But I seen him before that, like in person.
Okay. What years are we talking about?
I can't remember what year it was though.
Let's go back to our timeline.
I mean, if he was working for Lil Jeff, it had to be like around 2015.
Around 2015.
Yeah. Right before I went to prison or something.
Now, within YSL, did any members have to pay dues to get into YSL? Did anyone have to pay dues?
Pay money?
Pay money? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did anyone have to commit any crimes to be a part of YSL?
No, not to my knowledge.
All right. Did members of YSL have to assist with payments of bond or putting money on people's commissary if they were in jail or in prison?
You wouldn't have to do that, but I mean, if you mess with a dude and he messed up like that, then everybody probably would expect you to.
Okay. I'm going to go back to that interview in August of 2016. Do you recall, not August 2015, in February 2016, do you recall being here in the Fulton County Jail giving a statement to Investigator Gaither again, Investigator Dennis, your attorney was present, and a prosecutor with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, Suri shot at him?
Yes, sir. You just, okay. Can y'all approach, please? Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask your indulgence to, I'm going to let you recess you for just a little bit, and then we'll see where the rest of the day leads us, okay? All right, thank you. All right, please be seated. All right. Mr. Short, I'm in possession of your motion limit, which you did remind me of yesterday, or initially say yesterday. But how long have you had this particular tape or knowledge of these particular instances? That's my first question to you. You got them in discovery, correct?
Sir,
Did you get them in discovery?
yes, the prior.
Okay, then why are you just now, yesterday, telling me orally and not doing what you did in your motion so I could kind of take it up?
What, I did do it in my motion.
No, you filed a motion, but you could have filed this thing months ago.
Your Honor, out-of-court statements are not admissible at trial.
Okay, that's not what I asked you, okay? If you believed it was going to be an issue, you could have filed this same motion 3, 4, 5 months ago, correct?
It's not.
Yes or no?
If you want me to say yes, yes, Your
Okay, that's my point. That's my point about being a forewarned judge is a happy judge, okay? Because we are now taking time out, and I'm putting the jury in the back on something that you told me yesterday about, but you could have memorialized this in a motion more than 3 months ago, probably last year. And I could have taken it up, and I could have ruled on this. I don't have any problem with that, but this is an example of something. If you want to do something like this, go ahead and file the motion. You should have filed it months ago. That's what I'm annoyed with.
Okay, in Your Honor, the state.
And that's what it means to be prepared as an advocate.
Okay.
The state's giving you this, okay? You knew about these.
Honor, the state.
You knew about this issue, right?
Perhaps the state, knowing that it's an issue, would not want to admit evidence of an individual being a prosecutor
I get
and
it.
a defense attorney on the same
I
time.
get it, but
so
you know.
perhaps it's not on me. Perhaps the state should not be.
Oh,
trying to admit.
it's on you,
Okay,
and it's on them.
me. It's on me.
You know why? It's on you because you could have filed this thing months and months ago, and you could also had a conversation with the state.
I have.
Okay, and are they going to use this particular information?
You'd have to ask them.
Well, that's not what I asked you. Are they going to use
Your
that
Honor.
particular information?
I cannot speak for the state, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you see the problem or the issue that you filing this untimely motion has caused? Yes or no?
You're not going to like my answer, so I'm just going to remain silent.
That's not being an advocate, because if you can give me a reason as to why you waited months and months, because you probably, when did the state give this interviews? The first interview or note that you were going to, about the proffer agreement with Mr. Chada Jimenez.
The proffer agreement was in the first round of discovery in July of 2022.
Okay. When was the other interviews that were made from 2015 turned over?
July 2022.
Okay. So arguably, Mr. Sharp, this could have been filed sometime in 2022 or early 2023 when we started having these particular motions. Your colleagues, you filed several motions, several preliminary issues I've had to take up. So that's what I'm telling you in terms of just having to stall the proceedings so I can go ahead and take this up.
I'm not trying to stall anything, Your Honor.
No. And I don't mean you. Listen. I don't mean you like just filing this to stall it. Okay.
Okay.
All right. But
the state has.
But you filed it. But my angst with you. I don't have any angst with you filing a motion. I don't. I'm just annoyed that you didn't file it in 2023.
The state has been fully aware that their colleague, who was a gang prosecutor, was serving as a defense attorney on this case. And
okay, but that's
understand why it's my job to flag that issue. But I have flagged the issue.
Okay.
And so if I'm going to take
now,
part of it, I will.
You flagged the issue now on the 10th of April of 2024. Have a seat, sir.
Okay, thank you.
State, are you going to be using this recording involving, I'm going to mark Mr. Sharp's motion in limine as the next court exhibit, but are you going to really use this motion? I mean, use the proffer agreement or proffer that was held on or about February 16th of 2016? February 16th, 2016?
Yes, and Mr. Murphy continues to go down this line of questioning. And
I'm going to tell you, that's a very ethical, problematic thing for you all.
Your Honor, and this is what I'll say. Mr. Suri Chata Jimenez waived his conflict and decided to take a defense attorney in this case when he knew he was a prosecutor in 2016.
No, but it's you all's use of that. I think that waiving is another separate issue, okay, which we didn't have to get into because of that particular issue. But utilizing his particular proffer that he was involved in might be a problem.
But it's a proper of the state of it's a prior inconsistent statement.
But he's a counsel that was involved in this case.
Right, but Your Honor, there's no legal basis, there's no ethical basis for this ruling. He was a state's attorney, like anyone else can get jobs and move on and do whatever they want to.
I know that, but
there's a prior inconsistent statement. Whoever the state's representative is doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is it's a prior inconsistent statement.
Well, I think it may confuse the jury because the jury's seen Mr. Jimenez as a defense counsel for another prior accused who is now no longer in this case. So yes, there is the possibility and the probability that they are going to be confused about that.
So can we not just instruct the jury that he was previously with the state of Georgia and left and got a new job? Like what? There's a remedy for that. The state is not going to harp on the fact that Mr. Jimenez was a prosecutor then, but this is the prior inconsistent statement. He had a previous job, and like anyone else in the world, in the country, they can leave their position and go on to another case. When this case started, Mr. Jimenez knew that this proffer existed. He chose to represent a client in this case. He's no longer representing any of these individuals in the courtroom, Your Honor. So Mr. Jimenez, as a defense attorney or a prosecutor in this case, is of no consequence because he's not even present in these proceedings. His work with this case is completed, Your Honor. The sole reason why we're bringing this in has nothing to do with Mr. Jimenez. It has solely to do with the prior inconsistent statement, and the state should be able to confront this witness with any prior inconsistent statement that he plans on clearly giving during the course of his testimony in court.
You'd agree that Mr. Chata Jimenez's, if the tape or anything would be utilized, it would have to be redacted.
I don't agree with that, Your Honor, because he does not, and a few things about the proffer, Your Honor.
But you see, here's the problem, and here's what I'm going to get on you all about. You all knew this was going to be an issue.
We did not.
And you put this in discovery.
But we
you
did
put
not think
one of your former colleagues who took a proffer, who then you made it as part of your discovery. So how could you know it wasn't an issue?
Because, Your Honor, we put the proffer because that's the prior consistent statement. It had nothing to do with Mr.
I know, but
we did not think this was going to be an issue.
But the employment issue may be something that the court wanted to take up.
Your Honor, but the state did not believe it to be an issue until Mr. Sharp brought it to our attention yesterday. The state did not believe it to be an issue because
all right, I guess you all will be working this weekend then, because this is exactly what I told you was going to be a problem. You bring this stuff up, I got a jury sitting in the box, and you got a witness that you're probably going to have days of examination with. So let me go ahead and decide. I'm going to recess for about 10 minutes. We'll make a decision on that. Because, and you, Mr. Sharp, no law in your motion or motion in limine for me to consider. You probably need to supplement it with some law. So I'll let you all think about that. I'll be back in 10 minutes. We're in recess. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. After reading and considering Mr. Stillwell's motion limiting regarding redaction of out-of-court statements of Walter Murphy.
We actually have an agreement. I think we talked while the court was on recess, so we can
Okay.
tell you what we've come up with.
All right, and what is your agreement? This all council have had an opportunity to consider this? Mr. Sharp? Okay, all right. What's that agreement? Or what have you proffered?
We're just going to redact the initial portion of the proffer agreement in which Mr. Surly Child will give some instruction about this being a proffer and what proffer is. And then we'll just redact that portion and we'll start if we have to play it, we'll start it once they start the interview process.
If it becomes an issue.
Right, and if we're going to decide to play it through to Gator or somewhere else, then we'll do it. But we'll go ahead and get the redactions done so that they're already be completed, and we'll give that over to the defense counsel. They can review it.
All right. Mr. Sharp?
So, if I understand the proposal correctly, that would, I think, take out from the start to about the 10-minute mark. That's where Mr. Chada Jimenez recognizable involvement is. I would, and that would be suitable. Now, Your Honor, you have my motion in front of you. There's other objectionable parts. Again, this is an out-of-court statement, so it should not be played for the jury unless certain things occur in Mr. Murphy's testimony. Like, these are prior statements, and so I'm not going to assume that his out-of-court statements at different times would be admissible at trial. All I'm saying is if it becomes admissible through the testimony, then there's certain redactions that need to take place. Mr. Jimenez's involvement was one. There's also talk about separate crimes that are irrelevant to this case. There's confrontation clause issues with certain things that the detectives say, certain things that they say they've learned through their investigation, through other witnesses that are hearsay. This is basic stuff, and I assume that the state is going to adhere to the rules of evidence. But
Okay.
My whole point was just to identify some of those issues.
I don't have any issue with that. I'm more irritated that you didn't do it a year ago. Have no issue with you identifying those things. Certainly the things you've mentioned would have some merit, and you could have identified them a little bit more timely than now, and just because short of agreement, they require my unraveling them and making evidentiary rulings. Like you've identified 3 out-of-court statements. What were the statements? That's just one thing. So like I said, I'm not in any way saying that you filed this motion to just upend or delay it. I'm more annoyed with the timing of it because you had it over a year ago, and your assertion to me that the state was, you don't know that they should be not presenting certain things or evidence that you believe should not come in. That's why you file a motion, and that's what, just to make it the obvious and go, hey, listen, y'all are not going to be getting into these particular statements. And like you just did just a second ago with you and Miss Hilton, you could have, by agreement, just kind of merited out, or I should say edited out some things that I didn't have to take up and left me with just the corpus of whatever else I needed to kind of take up.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
So I'm just telling you that there may be other statements and everything else, and that's where I still don't know, and I still am going to have to take those up, short of agreement. And those are the...
There's three trial statements that Mr. Murphy made. One on, I believe it's July of 2015, one on August 18th of 2015, and one on February 16th of 2016.
Well, I would suggest you put them in writing.
Those are in my motion.
No, I mean, in terms of what specifically in terms of state, oh, yes.
It's in the motion. everything that I find problematic is in the motion, except Mr. Harvey, to his credit, also did identify one other issue, and I can add that to the motion or supplement it. Mr. Harvey has it written down. It's a conclusory statement by Investigator Gaither, I believe, in the August 18, 2015 motion at 1 hour and 42 minutes, I believe. So, but I flagged all of them with timestamps that are within 15
1,
seconds.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, possibly 14 statements.
But, Your Honor, some of these things are, there's discussion about a corrupt Atlanta police officer.
All right.
I wouldn't know why the state would never want to admit that, but I was just putting that in as an abundance of caution. There's discussion about a separate murder that's not charged, that has nothing to do with this case. I was just flagging that. I don't know why the state would want to present that. There's conclusory statements by an investigator saying, for instance, I know it was YSL that committed this crime. That based on nothing other than her just saying she knows. That's the type of thing that obviously would not be admissible at trial, and I would think that the state would not.
Okay, but you still have to file the motion and flag it like you did now.
Okay.
Because we could have done this a year ago. We really could have done this a year ago. We really could have.
I understand. But again, I don't think that based on the testimony so far, I see no reason why these statements would even be played. Because Mr. Murphy is here presenting a live testimony.
What's the state's position on the other statements?
Your Honor, we have not had the opportunity to look at the other statements yet. I believe it was filed while we've been in court, Your Honor. And the state's intention is only to play these statements if we have to impeach Mr. Murphy. So what we're doing is asking him questions. If he answers them the way that he's answered them previously, we won't have to impeach him. We don't intend to just play the statement just to play the statement. It would be solely for impeachment purposes. And so what we're doing is we're asking him the question here in court. Depending on his answer, we're confronting him with his prior inconsistent statement in order to set up Investigator Gaither or Investigator Dennis coming in and playing those portions in which he has denied. And so that's what we're doing. The state does not intend to, at this moment, to just play his statement. We know that is improper. However,
But Mr. Shard has identified these particular 9 statements or whatever else. Like, for example, on the July 15th.
Your Honor, he just filed it today while we've been in court. So I haven't had the opportunity to review them to be able to adequately. We could maybe have a consent. I just haven't seen them to be able to process and read it and to know which of these statements we can consent to, or if there needs to be a motion because we disagree. There might be some that we consent to. There might be some that we can agree upon, but there might be others that we may have to have argument. The state just needs an opportunity to review the motion. To be able to adequately make an argument to the court, Your Honor. May I be seated, Sharon?
Oh, you can have a seat. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. How long are these statements, these three sets of statements? Let's start out with, all right, there's a statement that was given on July 15th of 2015, another one given on August the 18th of 2015, and a last one that was given on February the 16th of 2016.
Yes. The one from July of 2015, I think it's about an hour, maybe 20 minutes, Your Honor. The one from August of 2015 is about an hour and 45 minutes. And the one from February of 2016, there's two parts, part one and part two. The totality of that is about 55 minutes. Well, there's another portion which is 8 minutes long, but you can barely hear it, and we don't need that portion. Would be the 25-minute portion.
Here's what I'm thinking about doing. How many was there, Wes? How many statements? How many statements? Statements out of 1, 8, 12, 13, 12, 13. No, but there's these statements from A through L. That's what, 13?
And Your Honor, just to let the court know, this isn't an issue that would be ripe anytime soon because we haven't finished confronting Mr. Murphy. So he may say everything that he said before, and we would not be playing the statements through Mr. Murphy. We would be playing them through Investigator Gaither, which could be either next witness or depending on Mr. Montgomery's status, 2 more witnesses. So just to let the court. But we do have to confront the witness if he does. I do want to be clear. We do have to confront Mr. Murphy with this prior inconsistent statement before we would actually play the statement. So I would have had to ask some questions about it. But we would not be playing the actual recording.
There are 13 statements that Mr. Sharp, 12 or maybe 13, Mr. Harvey. There's at least 12 or 13 statements that I have to rule upon anyways for you to be able to confront him being Mr. Murphy. So here's what I'm thinking about doing. It's going to take the better part of the day for me to go ahead and do that short of agreement. So my suggestion to you is I discharge the jury for tomorrow, not have them come in, and we'll take this up on Friday, though you'll come in on Saturday. I told you this was going to happen. And I don't want to have to do it, but this is not what we signed up for, what those jurors signed up for. I'm not saying, Mr. Sharp, the motion isn't of merit. I'm in no way saying that. It's the timing, and it's just, we just cannot keep doing this. So it's going to take me the better part of a day to go ahead and do this. You got 13 statements I got to rule upon. Unless you all tonight work out something in terms of the admissibility of those statements. If you do that, then I won't have to take them up. That's my offer to you. But short of that, I'm going to excuse the jury and go ahead and do that. So do you all want to have a couple minutes to chat?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sorry, I'm telling our jurors another 15 minutes, okay? All right, I'll give you 15 minutes. You let me know what you want to do. All right, we're in recess. court is.
Yes, Your Honor. We've had an opportunity to go over the motion, Your Honor, and there are a few of the particular statements that the state and the defense have agreed that the state would not be getting into. I can let the court know what those letters are.
Yeah, I have the motion, which I marked as a court exhibit. So the statements start at A on page 3. So you want to start from there, or do you need to go further?
We can start, I would prefer to start with the ones we agree with and then focus on the ones that we don't agree
That's
on.
fine, whatever you put.
So the ones that we agree that we would not, the state would not be intending to get into is letter D.
That's the August 18th, 2015 statement at 44 minutes.
Yes.
That's D.
The next one, Your Honor, is letter E.
That's the same date at 49 minutes.
The next one is G, but we do have to clarify something with
That's
G.
G at 1:03 and 00.
And while the state does not intend to ask Mr. Murphy to speculate as to who shot the bus, we do believe Mr. Murphy was present at least at the Compound nightclub, which is where the group of individuals that shot the bus were prior to the bus shooting.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the statement.
Correct, but we want to be clear that we do intend on getting to some details surrounding this statement, but not to ask Mr. Murphy to speculate as to who shot the bus up.
No.
The next statement that the state and defense agree upon is H with a caveat.
That H is the one, August 18th, 2015 statement at 1:07.
Yes, we do not intend to go into the murder that Mr. Murphy discusses. However, there are some individuals that he speaks about, and we will ask him if he knows certain people, but not to go into the facts of that unrelated murder.
All right, I. No, what's the next one? I'm sorry.
So the next one is I, Your Honor. The
Okay.
state does not intend to get into I.
And I is the August 18, 2015 statement at 1:17:50.
Yes, Your Honor. And then last is L, which is what we've already discussed, Your Honor.
And that is a February 16th, 2016 proffer from basically the start of the tape to 12 minutes.
Yes, and we just need to look at the 16-minute portion of it, but I think that we can agree upon that. But we just need to, we know definitely about the 12 minutes, 'cause that's the early part in which Mr. Jimenez is going over the proffer. We just need to look at the 16-minute mark, but I don't think that'll be an issue.
Mr. Shard, are you in agreement with D, E, G, H, I, and L?
Yes, Your Honor.
So I still need to take up A,
Yes.
B,
Yes.
C.
And A, B, and C, Your Honor, are all within 16, it's essentially 16 minutes. It's 3 different segments within 16 minutes on one statement.
F is also what I have to take up, is that correct?
So which one, Your Honor?
F?
Yes.
And do you want to discuss that?
F, Your Honor.
We discussed F. F is, my concern about F, Your Honor, is
That's the statement on August the 18th, 2015,
Right.
at 58:20.
And Investigator Dennis is basically telling Mr. Hudson, Attorney Hudson, and Walter Murphy what he saw that night at Compound. Now, if Investigator Dennis takes the stand, I get it. He's going to be subject to cross-examination. I anticipate his statements will be similar to this, so that wouldn't be an issue. My only issue was to be playing Investigator Dennis's statements about what he saw as a witness before he testifies
And what the state
and is subject to cross-examination. That was my only issue. And so the state plans on calling him, then, I mean, if the state enters this through Investigator Dennis, then that probably takes care of that issue.
Exactly, Your Honor. I mean, we told defense counsel that if we introduce this through another detective, then we can deal with redacting it. However, if it's through Investigator Dennis, then we believe the issue will resolve itself.
All right, I don't see any reason why that would not be the case. So I'm agreeing with you, counsels. So other than ABC,
So the really only
what's
other
left?
two, J and K, Your Honor.
J involves, there's allegations throughout this case that an APD officer who's still on the force, I'll point out, to my understanding, is corrupt and on the take. I wasn't planning on turning that into a mini trial about corrupt police officers.
Not really relevant to our case, so
But
why would it be admissible?
Your Honor, there might be some parts that are relevant, so we would just ask to hear.
Such as?
I need to look.
Your Honor, the officer, there are certain things that happen within the Dexter Montgomery investigation that pertain to that person. That's why we're asking to allow us to argue it tomorrow. The Dexter Montgomery investigation was conducted by the particular person that they're talking about.
Oh,
the last one.
If we just have a moment, that's how we are asking. If we do have to have the motion tomorrow, Your Honor, we don't believe this is going to take all day. We don't. I think the defense and the state believe that this will take about an hour and a half to discuss. If we look at the totality of the minutes of the 6 sections, Your Honor, we believe total the 6 sections is roughly 30 minutes. When you look at the timestamps of where we are going to need to have argument, Your Honor. So we don't believe that this will be something where the court has to be down the entire day. Unless it was already going to be a half a day, guys, that's a different conversation. But if it was going to be a full day, Your Honor, the state believes that even if we came in, and I believe tomorrow's one of our 8:45 days, that if we came in at 8:45, I do believe we could be done arguing this, if not by lunch, if not before lunch, definitely by lunch.
In Your Honor, lest I forget, Attorney Harvey's contribution, which is 8:18:15 at 1 hour and 42 minutes. And that is, according to my notes, there's no transcript that's been prepared, but my notes is Investigator Gaither opining that YSL killed Donovan Thomas in a conclusive statement. Of course, she's not a witness to anything, and we would object to that as well.
that wouldn't be relevant anyways, would it? I mean,
We just need to see what if any, Mr. Murphy's response. We just need to look at that portion one more time, at least to go back to our to actually watch the video again, just to hone in on that particular section.
what?
So this is on the August 18, 2015 video at 1 hour and 42 minutes in the video. So it's a total of 7 statements, Your Honor. And again, we believe if we come in at 8:45, we would definitely conclude, if not before lunch, by lunch.
I really would like you all to conclude this so that I don't have to park this jury for a half a day or a day. Now, I appreciate you all working together, and this is kind of what we should have done all along. I mean, this is what I told you all. I mean, this ain't your first rodeo, and both of you all, this is not your first case you've tried. Either one of you. No, none of you. So in that respect, you all can work something out. So it sounds like you all been working pretty well in terms of your agreement as to these statements. So you got 1A, B, C, F. We're not going to cover unless it becomes an issue. J and K, correct?
Correct.
And if I hear you, Ms. Hilton, you're saying that you all need to listen to those statements. Is that correct?
Particularly, yes, all of them. Yes, we need to re-listen to all of them again this evening once court concludes. If we have any more concessions, we can definitely reach out to defense this evening. But we do believe at least A through C we're going to have to argue. I don't think we're going to concede on A through C. For sure. We won't be conceding on A, B, and C.
A covers Mr. Murphy's claims his life's in jeopardy. B covers same day, July 15th, at about 35 minutes, repeats statements. His statement's going to get him killed. And he repeats this at 48:30 and 1 minute and 20 seconds. And then July 15th, 47, he complains of investigating officers who jeopardizing his safety by telling Mr. Williams Sr. that Mr. Murphy was involved, or brought down to speak to the detectives. Mr. Shard, the statements may be admissible depending upon what circumstances they're being offered for.
It's a little bit.
Like it depends on what's asked of Mr. Murphy. It really does.
Well, and I understand that some of this has to play out to give Your Honor context. I'll point out that when you watch the statement, you're left with the impression initially that it's a little bit misleading because you're left with the impression that Mr. Murphy fears Jeffrey Williams or people associated with him. Later on, he clarifies, I'm not going to say anyone's name respectfully, but he identifies other people that he's scared of, that he's really scared of. And it's not Mr. Williams, it's not anyone associated, or it's not any family members of Mr. Williams, and it's not anyone charged in this case.
But I think that's grounds for cross-examination. If the state doesn't ask him that question, then defense counsel can cross him on, weren't you referencing these other individuals and that's if we go down that line of question. Again, this is all premature because the line of question might not be as to a specific person. It depends on what the line of questioning is, but I do believe that what Mr. Shard's issue is, that's an area for cross-examination.
Yeah, it's not necessarily improper bad character evidence. It'd be relevant. It'd be relevant to show for other purposes. But, Mr. Steele?
Your Honor, I'll get you the cases. I can't get on Lexus in your courtroom for some reason, but it's going to be this is witness intimidation, but I will get you the exact site. I'll get you more updated cases, but it should not implicate Mr. Williams. Nobody should not be his name. If it's in the mind of the person who's intimidated, they could possibly say something like that to show why they're reluctant to testify or to cooperate or to give a statement, but it shouldn't fall back on Mr. Williams unless Mr. Williams did something, ordered somebody to do something, had a third party to do something. So it would be inadmissible character. But I will get you the cases.
Is there any discussion in this tape about any underlying reason or rationale?
I mean, I think it's the general nature of coming to speak to the police and snitching and what that perception is. And then that is what Mr. Murphy is kind of trying to communicate. The fact that he is even in here could get him in trouble.
He doesn't specifically say anyone did anything.
Right.
But
he doesn't name any particular, it's just the thought of
well,
what people saw. He says that when he got arrested, that Mr. Williams Sr. saw him talking to a police officer, and that could potentially get him killed. The fact that someone saw him speaking to the police. But that was his observation, his feelings, given his life, and they can cross him on that. They can cross him. Did Mr. Williams ever threaten you? They can cross him. Did Mr. Williams Sr. ever threaten you? They can then cross him on that line of questioning as to why he felt that way. But it's not in bad case. But we would like to look at this case, and if Mr. Still has any other cases, we would just ask for him to email those to us so we can look at those in preparation. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm gonna call our jurors in and excuse them for the evening. I'm gonna tell them to come at 10:30.
Okay.
Got from 8:30 until and 8:45 until the jury comes in at 10:30.
Yes.
If we can take up whatever it is we need to take up, then the matter will be satisfied. If not, then we'll be working on Saturday at least.
Okay. I think we can accomplish it in that hour and 15 minutes. Mr. Sharp.
Some of our jurors, please. Yeah, we do. Can we get Mr. Murphy back here, please? Thank you, madam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. Ladies and gentlemen, the jury and Mr. Murphy, sorry that we took up so much time and we're taking up a matter we need to resolve. Given the fact that it is the end of the business day, I'm going to have you all recess until tomorrow. And if I could ask you all to come in for 1000 hours tomorrow for an anticipated 10:30 start time, and then we'll go ahead and see where the day leads us at that point in time. I am going to tell you that we'll probably work until almost 1 o'clock, and then we'll take an hour or so for lunch at that point, come back, and then we'll see where the afternoon leads us at that point. Friday morning, we will have a 1 o'clock start time. Okay, and then what I'll do on Friday is I'll handicap the rest of the month for you at that point. Again, we'll just go through that in maybe the first part of May. All right? Mr. Murphy, I'll excuse you till tomorrow morning. If you could be here for 10 o'clock, okay? And then we'll call you when we start up again, okay?
Okay.
All right, don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys and your counsel, all right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, any ministerial inquiry of me at this point? Okay, so tomorrow, be here for 10 hours. We'll start about 10:30, and we'll probably recess probably around 12:45 or thereabouts, and then we'll come back probably around the 2 p.m. hour and go till about 5, somewhere between 5 and 6 o'clock tomorrow, okay? All right. Let's review your ad nauseum admonitions. Leave your notepads in the basket. Don't discuss the matter amongst yourselves in onesies or twosies as you go about getting back home, wherever you live in our fair county. Please do not let any third parties discuss this case with you in your presence and hearing. If anybody should try and do that or approach you as this case, let myself and Sergeant Ingram know immediately. Don't go by any of the scenes that are depicted or you've heard of thus far in this case. Do not listen to any third party recaps or otherwise of this particular matter, any blogs or any news media or any other printed sources. As I told you earlier, and I keep reiterating to you, is that you can only consider what's presented to you within the four walls of this courtroom. And of course, you're not to handicap the case or talk about the case at all until this case is properly submitted to you for your consideration. I give you instructions on how to begin your deliberative process. All right? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and the last thing is, again, thank you for your patience with us. And we really appreciate the patience you've given us and will continue to give us in the resolution of this matter. So unless you have anything else for anything that I need to take up, I'll go ahead and recess you for the evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if not, all rise. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our jury has left us. Unless there's anything I need to cover with you all, I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 8:45. If you have any further agreements or anything else, be prepared to cover those tomorrow morning. And is there anything else?
Nothing.
If not, I will see you all in the morning for 8:45.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good night.
Thank you, Your Honor. You're welcome.
Yes, please. Let's see if I can send it to you.